In Chicago, the heat is on at one of America's busiest steak and seafood joints.
You can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen.
This colossal kitchen cooks up 900 crabs and 1,500 steaks every week, feeding over 12,000 guests.
Let me see that Dungeness. We're able to put out one meal every 15 seconds.
This is Surf and Turf, supersized.
It's the best steak in town.
I love it.
Bon appetit.
On their weekend rush,
Can you please repeat that?
we meet the faces
Things are starting to heat up.
Wow.
and food
Okay, these gotta go.
behind one of the world's biggest kitchens. Just 30 miles from downtown Chicago. Bob Chinn's is one of the busiest restaurants in the U.S.
Hi, welcome to Bob Chinn's Crab House.
Feeding up to 4,000 seafood lovers every day. 130 kitchen staff prepare thousands of crabs and steaks every week. This joint does surf and turf on a colossal scale.
We got a big kitchen, this is a big broiler, and I love it.
Bob Chinn opened the original Crab House in 1982. The 175-seat restaurant was an instant hit. 30 years on, it has exploded into a 700-seat crab castle.
The food is fresh, delicious. There's nothing better.
Explosion of flavor.
I've been coming here forever. Everyone's been coming here forever. It's a great place.
It takes 10 ovens, 2 huge industrial mixers, and 25 fridges to keep this monster kitchen running. Guests at Bob Chinn's munch through an incredible 45,000 king crabs every year. Not bad for a restaurant that's 800 miles from the nearest ocean.
Around here, we buy big.
Bob Chinn's grandson, David Martyr, must organize a fresh seafood delivery every day to keep the operation running.
Okay, we got some king crabs in here, whole king from Alaska. They're about 5 to 8 pounds. This will probably be gone in a couple days, and we're getting shipments in from the airport all the time. We didn't have these shipments coming into the restaurant. We have a lot of unhappy customers. #1 seller by far, a couple thousand pounds a week.
It's not just about the seafood. Bob Chinn's gets through 1,500 steaks a week. To keep pace with the orders, they're loaded into giant fridges with an arm's reach of the flames.
Some people say if you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. I'm staying right where I'm at.
Chef Paul Edelstein knows how to handle his meat.
People come in here for many of our specialties. One of our biggest specialties is the surf and turf, the 32-ounce porterhouse and the 20-ounce order of King Select.
The porterhouse is half strip steak and half filet. Paul garnishes these monsters with sizzling mushrooms and onions, serving them with king crab's legs. This is surf and turf, supersized. Every year, Paul and the team cook 75,000 steaks, enough to fill 11 pickup trucks.
Depending on the doneness of the steak, we'll put a slit inside by the bone so the meat cooks more evenly. I got 2 medium rare and 1 medium.
To meet the lunchtime demand, this kitchen has a secret weapon.
This particular oven is an infrared broiler. I can easily fit about 50, 60 pieces of meat on here to keep up with all the orders that we have.
Infrared heat cooks every steak the same, no matter how many are on the go.
This is the filet part, that's the strip part. The filet cooks a little quicker, the strip part takes a little longer. It's my responsibility to know where the hot spots of the grill are. About 2 more minutes on that. Without this machine, we would be screwed. This is Bob Chinn's secret seasonings. It's got a little bit of sea salt, garlic, and a little bit of white pepper, and that's all I'm really gonna be able to say, because that's what keeps our customers coming back.
The result, a king-sized feast for two.
Very good. Cindy, are the parties all set?
On shift for Saturday's lunchtime rush, 30-year veteran Dino Ramanadakis.
When I first started here, I was thin and I had hair. We're expecting to serve about 2,500 to 3,000 people. Our pushes are 8-ounce strip with 2 pieces of king crab claws, crab cake nuggets, prime rib, and blue crab claws. And we are going to do a contest on crab vermicelli. 5 orders or more, and you get one for dinner. How's that? All right, guys, have a great shift. Be safe out there. The news for the kitchen is they're going to get slammed, and they're going to get slammed really soon.
In Illinois, the biggest crab joint in the Midwest is gearing up for their Saturday rush.
Hello, Blanco. See and taste.
It's going to get pretty crazy, and hopefully there's not too much yelling.
Let me see that Dungeness.
Okay.
In the kitchen, Dino's brother Manny is the boss.
I'm in charge. The buck stops here. It may seem like a chaotic kitchen,
Can you please repeat that?
but the chaos is actually rhythm.
Juan, ¿cuánto tiempo pescado?
Each person is like a piston in a motor. They're all doing the job at the same time and ticking, ticking, ticking.
Manny constantly monitors the lunchtime stocks of fresh seafood.
This is going to tell me how many king crabs I have available. So I have one 4.5 pounder, one 3.25 pounder. This is designed to maximize the orders. And this way, the server won't bring something in that we don't have. With this system, we're able to put out one meal every 15 seconds.
With their supplies of crabs running out fast, David sends his trusted driver Israel to collect more from the airport before the dinner rush.
We have a shipment that's coming from New Zealand and another shipment that's coming from Alaska.
1,000 crates of seafood are flown into Chicago's O'Hare Airport every year from as far away as South Africa.
We come up here, pick them up, and we gotta go back as quickly as we can.
But Israel's not the only one expecting a delivery today.
It seems like it's pretty busy right now. There's a lot of trucks up here. So who knows how long it's gonna take us to pick up the shipment here. Hey Dave, I'm at the airport and I have 8 drivers ahead of me.
Hang tight. Just get it and come on back as soon as you can, because we need it for dinner tonight.
All right, I'll be back as soon as I can.
The lunchtime rush is now in full swing, and pressure on the remaining crab stocks is off the scale.
How's everybody going tonight? Everything going okay? How's your appetizers? You've never had the crab vermicelli? Isn't it the best?
The crab meat vermicelli is a mouth-watering explosion of noodles, Asian flavors, and of course, crab.
I've been working in the wash for 30 years.
Abel Arias fries up 400 of these shellfish sensations every weekend.
So what we're gonna do, we're just gonna throw the vermicelli noodles inside. Little bit of the white pepper, little bit of the salt. The eggs, they're gonna make the vermicelli to stick together in the water.
With such a hot wok, timing is crucial.
40 seconds, should be ready.
The hot vermicelli noodles heat up the pre-cooked king crab.
Now we're gonna top him with the oyster sauce, onions and cilantro. Now these things gonna go straight out to the table before they get cold.
This eye-catching crab feast is Bob Chinn's signature dish. And Abel and his team still have another 100 of these mouth-watering mountains to prepare before Saturday's rush is over. With supplies dwindling, they need more crab to see them through the coming evening. At Chicago International Airport, Israel is finally loading the shipment of frozen seafood onto his truck.
So I'm gonna go ahead and take the temperature too on them.
If the king crabs have defrosted, Israel won't accept the shipment.
All right, 30 degrees, it's good. Now we're gonna take this back to the kitchen.
As the light fades over Bob Chinn's, the evening crowds arrive, and the restaurant braces for its busiest time.
I'm ready. We're all ready. Cindy, you're ready.
I'm ready.
Bring it on.
On the outskirts of Chicago, the evening crowds are descending on Bob Chinn's Crab House, one of the biggest kitchens in America.
We're about 3/4 full right now. It's getting there. I'm starting to sweat a little.
Every order comes with a basket of Bob Chinn's legendary garlic rolls. The bakery makes over 20,000 a week from scratch. And on a night like this, there's no let-up.
People love it. I mean, sometimes we can't keep it in stock.
It's a simple mix of water, yeast, flour, salt, sugar, and olive oil.
We start with all raw materials, and we make our own bread. Pretty much everything that we make, we make it from scratch.
But this is baking in bulk, and there's no rest for these master bakers. Every week, they use these mighty mixers to churn through 1,500 pounds of flour and 40 gallons of water just to keep up with demand. That's the equivalent of 13 bathtubs of dough. The double walk-in oven can take enough racks for 700 rolls at a time. In the peak rush, they turn out over 2,000 rolls an hour.
This is a very high-pressure job. It's a very high-pressure job.
Once upstairs, they drench the rolls in a garlic sauce, made daily using 5,000 cloves of garlic and a smooth blend of extra virgin olive oil. These gourmet garlic rolls are a side dish to die for.
This is the best. Everything is so fresh, delicious. They wouldn't be able to stay here if it wasn't this good.
With Israel arriving back with stocks of fresh seafood,
All right, let's take these upstairs. We'll get them ready for the dinner shift.
the chefs need to extract every last ounce of meat from this, the final delivery of the day.
The best part of the king crab meat is actually the Maris piece within here and within here. That's what we serve to our guests. Is I'm gonna go ahead and make it ready so we can get the meat out.
Paul can butcher an entire Alaskan king crab in under 10 minutes.
It's the reason I'm wearing the apron.
At this speed, Paul and his 3 dedicated crab crackers can get through 400 crabs a day.
The most critical thing you have to do is make sure that when you're cleaning this meat, that you get all of the cartilage out and all of the shell out, because when you're eating it, you want to have a great crab experience, not a great crab shell experience.
In the kitchen, the orders are flying in thick and fast.
We've got 3 parties arriving within the next hour. The total is over 100 people. Is the 6:30 party here yet?
Okay, so I'm gonna go to 310 now.
Now we're starting to get a little bit backed up. The tickets are starting to flow in a lot faster.
with one meal now leaving the kitchen every 15 seconds.
Wow.
It's up to the front of house teams to keep up.
It looks like it's madness. Everybody's very busy trying to get our guests whatever they need.
All right, guys, we have a whole king crab.
This could be the biggest night of the year.
Things are really crazy out there right now. Got a lot of hungry people this evening. They all seem like they want steak, and I'm glad to provide it for them.
The porterhouse was excellent. One of my best meals.
And I don't like it bloody. I like it just like this.
But these steaks aren't the end of the story. People also come from miles around for Bob Chinn's devilish desserts. They sell up to 1,000 slices of pie a day. And tonight, the diners just can't get enough of it.
We just run out of paradise pie. We need to get the bakery going so we can get some more pies out of here before the night ends.
At Bob Chinn's Crab House, the Saturday night rush is stretching the kitchen to its limits.
Right now, we're at our peak, so everybody needs to be on their A game. We can't afford any little mishaps right now.
If things aren't busy enough, the dessert rush has now begun. One particularly purple piece of pure paradise is so popular, it is constantly running out. The Hawaiian sweet potato pie.
It is good.
But not all the guests know about the main ingredient.
There's mashed potato in here? Are you serious?
The Paradise Pie is gastronomic genius on a whole new level. What makes this dish so extraordinary is its purple sweet potato filling. These purple potatoes are flown over 4,000 miles from Hawaii.
The challenge is getting the potatoes to Chicago, sometimes with flights cancellations and stuff. And that's just part of life in a big kitchen.
The baking team uses over 1,100 sweet potatoes every year. That's a mountain of mash. They press the flour and macadamia nut base into a shell and cook it for 15 minutes. While the crusts are in the oven, they steam the sweet potatoes. Then mix them with brown sugar, cinnamon, condensed milk, and honey. A dash of cream completes the magic purple mix. Creamy coconut milk pudding, whipped cream, and macadamia nuts top the pie off.
Okay, these gotta go. You gotta get them out. This pie is gonna make our guests very happy. Some come just for the pie.
Very surprised at how sweet it tasted. Yeah, I didn't know there was sweet potato in it, so it's actually probably a compliment that I didn't realize I was eating a vegetable.
At this critical stage in the evening,
Hey, Dino, I need to see you.
communication is key.
They never asked the host if we should just go medium or medium well. All the prime rib came back. It got from being a smooth night to a hectic one.
That's all right, we'll get through it. We'll be smiling in an hour. This was an easy problem to solve. Some get a little more difficult. You know, of course, this is all part of life in a big kitchen like this. Things will happen.
All right, now they're going back out.
All right.
The rush is over, and all the orders are out. But out back, it's full steam ahead for the dishwashers. Every night, this team washes up to 5,000 plates and 5,000 pieces of cutlery.
It's winding down now, and we had a few bumps in the road, but that's life in the big kitchen. They don't get bigger than theirs.
I love it. It was my first time coming tonight, so I think it's a lot larger than I was expecting, and the food was a lot more fresh than I was expecting.
It is a big place, but it does, when you sit down and you're with your friends and family, it feels intimate and small.
It was the end of the night. A lot of delicious food went out of our place. This is the aftermath.
I love Bob Chinn's. How can you not love Bob Chinn's?
Thinking about it, 3,000 people live in this restaurant, smiling with their stomachs full. Just, it doesn't get any better than that. It really doesn't. It's like a baseball player hitting a grand slam. That's how I feel tonight.
Tomorrow, I would love to have the same exact business, even double. I'd love it. Bring it on.
On one of the world's biggest cruise ships, the supersized galleys are at full steam ahead.
You can tell by the noise in the galley that it's happening now.
With over 3,500 hungry holidaymakers to feed,
The best food on the cruise that I've had.
these are the hardest working chefs at sea.
There is no margin for error.
Fingers crossed.
On one of the busiest cruises of the season.
With no veg on the line, things are going to get a bit heated.
We meet the faces.
We will be busy. We will be extremely busy.
And the food.
It's definitely a treat I don't get at home.
Behind one of the world's biggest floating kitchens. In the Caribbean, the Regal Princess is making waves. This giant of the seas carries more than 3,500 passengers and over 1,300 crew.
Welcome to Regal Princess.
And they've all got healthy appetites.
So it's 12,000 meals per day. It's a massive, massive operation.
On board, food is available round the clock, with a choice of 16 eateries across 19 decks.
Princess really does have the best food than any other cruise line.
To keep this gargantuan operation going, 215 cooks work across 20 galleys, stuffed with state-of-the-art ovens, giant grills, and baking gadgets churning out 20,000 bread rolls a day.
It's huge. I don't think I've come across any galleys bigger than this.
The Regal is the latest addition to Princess, a cruise line celebrating its 50th year. This Leviathan is longer than 3 football fields and taller than 15 double-decker buses. Since its maiden voyage in 2014, it's fed over 143,000 passengers. In charge of every morsel produced on board is executive chef Sean Candon.
Anything can happen. This is challenging. I mean, we have 3 dining rooms, plus we have the steakhouse, we have an Italian fine dining, we have the self-service buffet up on deck 16. It is a mad, mad operation. Is you all right?
Sean must make sure that every bite is up to scratch.
Okay. On a daily basis, I do basically 3 rounds a day. I think it's actually food that sells cruising. If the food isn't any good on the ship, then people just don't want to go back. On this ship, we demand perfection.
It's the Saturday night of a 7-day cruise, and the ship is between the Bahamas and the Florida coast. The demand for deluxe dining is stronger than ever.
High priority is the food. If the food isn't that good, we're not coming back.
Tonight, lobster's on the menu. And for the kitchen team, that means a lot of cracking, cleaning, and cooking.
Let's go! It's going to be like this until about 7 o'clock. You can feel the adrenaline rushing right now.
In just one serving, Sean and his team will shift 2,700 of these flavorsome crustaceans.
It's kind of a free-for-all, you know? We just give it until they don't want any more. We really want to just make sure that the flow just is continuous, and we haven't got time to stop plating.
Lobster isn't the only deep-sea delicacy in high demand.
They are tender and sweet, and these have been cooked perfectly.
Sean's serving up another ocean treat tonight. Seared scallops in a 3 citrus nage. A ring of Japanese scallops covered in a light citrus sauce and surrounding a bed of summer vegetables makes for one of the ship's most popular dishes.
Just spit out. There's a heavy run on the scallops tonight.
First task, prepare over 6 gallons of sauce.
It's a very delicate sauce, so it's important that you stay with it every step of the way.
Each cooking station mixes a healthy slug of orange juice, lime juice, and lemon with a ladle of white wine and brings the mix to the boil.
It's kind of getting syrupy at the edges right now, which for me is just about right.
With the juices reduced, Sean's team add fish stock, thyme, and shallots. Thickened cream takes the acidity out of the mixture, while butter adds richness.
Paradise. I mean, it's just, I can smell the fish and seafood. I can smell the wine and the citrus fruits.
With the vegetables already on the go, Sean turns his attention to the star of the show, the scallops. Every year, the Regal Princess passengers chomp their way through 1.8 million of them.
They're still very firm. They've kept their shape. And they still have that salty, kind of sweet aroma, which is exactly what I'm looking for.
Just 30 to 40 seconds each side, and the scallops are ready to turn. Over the course of the night, Sean and his team will have to flip 4,000 more.
Just giving me that color there. That's what I'm looking for.
With the scallops seared evenly, the elements of this favorite come together.
In the words of a famous chef, it's summer in a bowl.
Every year, Sean and his team cook up 38,676 plates of this dish. That's enough scallops to cross the Golden Gate Bridge twice.
Okay, let's move on the scallop line, guys. Let's go. Tonight we'll get through about 1,200 portions. That's a lot of scallops for sure. You got the next batch ready? Okay, let's go, let's go. As you can see, the queue of waiters is building up right now, so I want to keep this line moving.
To keep up with demand, Sean must open up a second service station.
Okay, like this, okay? Veg, scallops, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then potatoes on the top. We've never had to open 2 lines before.
Scallops are great. They're just perfect, actually.
They're to die for.
It's an excellent meal.
9 p.m., the shellfish bedlam is dying down. But below decks, the ship's massive provision rooms are looking bare. These galleys need restocking fast. This giant ship only gets one chance to come to port and fill them up.
We cannot miss 1 kilo of anything.
5 a.m., Fort Lauderdale, Florida. One of the world's largest cruise ships creeps into port to take on crucial supplies. In just 10 hours, the Regal Princess needs to be back in Caribbean waters, fully laden with 140 tons of food.
Delivering high restaurant level food to 4,000 passengers per day, 3 times per day. There is no margin for error.
It's the job of Food and Beverage Director Mirko Milo to make sure every last item is safely on board.
If we miss something during our cruise, we cannot go to Costco and buy something.
With 5,000 passengers and crew to feed, Mirko's shopping list is epic.
Spices, chips, peanut butter, juices. We have flour there, 9 kinds of cornflakes.
That's on top of 432,000 eggs, 5,000 pounds of potatoes, and 6,000 lobster tails.
The numbers are huge. It's a massive, massive operation.
All 140 tons is stored in 15 massive provision rooms across 2 decks. And every last inch of space is filled. 4 p.m., and with the last stock stowed, the Regal Princess heads back to the Caribbean sunshine. There are over 3,500 new passengers on board, and it's not long till they're hungry.
I'm an eater, so I look forward to a good meal.
I like to eat.
The kitchens are back in full swing.
Managed chaos.
This afternoon, the ocean-going holidaymakers are gorging on a taste of the tropics.
Beautifully presented and delicious.
Roasted queen snapper. Delicate sweet fish, served with eggplant caponata and drizzled in a lemongrass vinaigrette.
It's a very nice and refreshing dinner meal.
In charge of this colorful offering is Romanian executive sous chef Florin Dragan.
I expect from the passenger to like it and ask for the second portion.
Florin starts with the caponata, an eggplant and vegetable stew. He cooks onion, garlic, celery, and tomatoes with black olives and capers.
Cook for a couple of minutes till we get nice and soft.
In a separate pan, he fries off the eggplant.
The eggplant is very, very delicate. If you cook together, they're gonna smash it.
With a little tomato paste and vegetable stock, Florin combines the ingredients to complete the caponata.
Very good.
Last but not least, the snapper hits the hot pan.
The snapper we serve with the skin on, so we put first on the skin.
Every month, Florin and his team go through 2,400 fillets. Half cooked, he carefully turns the fish over.
Gives a nice golden brown color. It's exactly what you're looking for.
With the snapper cooked to perfection, Florin serves it on a bed of thinly cut vegetables, with the caponata and a drizzle of lemongrass vinaigrette.
It's very important. It's every single plate of them to go perfectly outside.
Every year, Florin and his team produce 12,324 perfect plates of this light summer fish dish. That's enough snapper to run up and down Wall Street. Right now, the grill is full, and the fish is in demand.
It's actually got the nice red color, and it's cooked just right.
The snapper was good. It was crispy. It was moist. I really enjoyed it.
I think it's just very tasty.
The restaurant customers may be satisfied.
So far, so good.
But 3 decks below, there's no rest for the food and beverage team.
This day, unfortunately for us, is a lot of pressure.
The Regal Princess is in the Bahamas for her first stop at a tropical island. And 3 hours from now, staff need to have a monster beachside barbecue up and running.
We're gonna open 2 buffets and 4 bars as soon as possible.
The 120-strong team loads small shuttle boats with mountains of food to send ashore. But there's a problem.
Glass bottom boat should be here.
The food may be on its way to land.
We need somebody here.
But Mirko and his staff are stranded. The first shuttle to the island should be reserved for them, but it's nowhere to be seen.
Normally we open at 11:30 for passengers, so we should be there, but it's going to be a bit tight.
In the Bahamas, the Regal Princess's kitchen team has finally made it off the ship by hitching a lift with the passengers.
Normally we set up everything for the passengers when they arrive on the island, but yeah, life is full of challenges.
They've hit the beach.
It's 10 a.m. now, so it will take another 15 minutes for us to offload everything. We are a bit tight today.
But after their delay getting ashore, they now have just an hour and a half to empty 2 boatloads of food and set up a beachside barbecue open to over 3,500 passengers.
Have a great day, folks.
120 staff have to get together 4 hot buffet lines, serving up 1,300 hot dogs, stacks of burgers, and 770 pounds of grilled fish.
At 11, I'm gonna have 1,500 passengers on the island, plus or minus, and by 11:30, I'm gonna have more than 2,000, and we need to open.
As we said, we are going to be opening the line on time at 11:30, and here it is.
Food has been excellent.
It's been very good. I've enjoyed everything that we've eaten so far.
With the passengers enjoying some Caribbean sun, the chefs back on board the Regal Princess turn their attention to tonight.
Okay, gentlemen, good evening.
It's set to be one of the biggest nights of the year.
And tonight is what night? Gala night. So the signature menu for the week, okay?
To mark 50 years of Princess Cruises, the Kitchens are rolling out a deluxe celebratory menu.
It's going to be full on tonight.
The chefs get a taste of what faces them on this crucial dinner serving. One dish stands out from the rest. Braised oxtails served over rotelle pasta. Slow-cooked meat drenched in a rich tomato sauce takes diners on a tasty trip to the heart of Italy. Young Italian sous chef Davide Menabo is in command.
Of course I enjoy it. It's my passion, and I'm very lucky that it's my job.
With the passengers getting back on board, Davide can't waste any time. he needs over 200 plates of pasta ready to roll as soon as dinner begins. Davide starts by braising his oxtail in olive oil to lock in its strong flavors. With the meat browning, he adds a mix of onions, carrots, and celery.
That's the base of the sauce. A sauce without vegetable is not a sauce.
A healthy glug of red wine is next, followed by stock and chunks of tomato.
It's looking great. I smell Italian. I smell my country.
Davide brings the mix to the boil, then transfers it to the oven to be slow cooked. After 4.5 hours, the tender oxtail is separated from the bone. Davide then drains the sauce to create a rich gravy. Time to bring this dish together. In a hot pan of oil and butter, he sautés more onions, carrots, and celery, followed by the dark sauce.
Looking very great. We just wait a couple of minutes more.
The meat is next into the mix. Finally, the pasta.
It's testing home. My home is testing Italy. It's testing. It's making me so proud to cook these dishes.
Davide needs to keep these little tastes of Italy coming thick and fast. Every year, the kitchens here slow cook their way through 11,284 plates of this oxtail delight. That's a pasta pile 4 times taller than the Leaning Tower of Pisa.
We got here around 150 portions. It's about 4 kilo, 5 kilo of pasta. Of this, tonight, I can bet 5 is not enough, for sure. We are a chef, so we are never stopped, you know? From morning to evening, during service, that's our job.
Out in the restaurant, dinner is underway, and the oxtail pasta is a big hit.
It was fantastic.
I could have more of that and not feel full.
I really liked it a lot. If the chef could just come live in our apartment, you know, that would just be really great for me.
The 50th anniversary gala dinner is in full swing. The chefs are determined that the passengers leave with a gourmet experience to remember. So the success of the whole evening depends on dessert. A dessert that it's taken pastry chefs 3 days to prepare.
The best is yet to come.
On board the Regal Princess, it's gala night. The galleys have coped with an onslaught of orders.
Lobster line 2!
But the jewel in the crown of this meal is still to come.
Now we are preparing around 2,500 pieces for only one night.
A dessert that's been planned for months and has taken 3 days on board to prepare. Chocolate raspberry mousse with vanilla creme brulee. A heart-shaped sweet treat sitting on crunchy shortbread, served with fresh raspberries.
The dessert for tonight, we are already using here in deck 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 trays almost.
In charge of assembling this intricate dish is head pastry chef Hernan.
A lot of effort to make this dessert because this dessert very special. This product should be 100% quality.
With a pre-made raspberry creme brulee filling setting in the freezer, Hernan sets to work on the mousse. He mixes creme anglaise and raspberry puree before adding gelatin and the all-important chocolate. Every week, the Regal Princess gets through the equivalent of 9,000 bars.
Now the texture is getting shiny and smooth, so this mixture is almost done.
A quick taste test.
Yeah, the taste is good.
And Hernan is ready to mix in whipped cream. He pipes the first batch of mousse. Tonight, he'll get through over 2,000 of these heart-shaped molds.
It's a 50th anniversary of this company, so the presenting should be 100% quality.
He tops the chocolate mix with the frozen creme brulee, more mousse, and chocolate biscuit. After freezing, Hernan's team gets artsy.
You can call me an artist if you want. I can do a lot of things with chocolate.
It's graffiti pastry style.
We have this special machine that we use.
Hot compressed air from a spray gun fires out rich, velvety cocoa butter.
On our mousse is going to form a nice crust of chocolate.
The finishing touches leave a plate of pure chocolate enchantment.
The quality is good, the taste is good, so I hope the passengers there will come happy about that.
Every year, Hernan and his team make 76,000 of these complex creations. That's enough mousse to cross the Mississippi 4 times. Tonight, over half the ship will taste this special dessert.
The service is busy, but the dessert will need to be perfect.
It's all hands on deck as the Mousse March begins.
Go creme brulee, raspberry, give me the raspberry.
And in the restaurants, the guests are smitten.
It was wonderful. It was decadent.
It just melted in my mouth. This is very good.
Best one we've had on the cruise. Can we have it tomorrow?
As the final dessert leaves the galley, the chefs can finally wind down.
This is the last tray of the dessert. I prepare 50 trays. It's all gone to the dining room.
And a monster cleaning operation gets underway. Guests are leaving the Regal Princess's restaurants after a 50th anniversary meal to remember.
I always think the food makes the trip a lot better.
There's a wide variety. There's a lot of food experiences to be had.
Overall, it's been high quality. I haven't had anything that I don't like.
The galley team can notch up another successful night in one of the biggest kitchens on the high seas.
A great success. Everything flowed as smooth as a Swiss watch, so I had no issues tonight. It went very, very well.
We are all tired, no issue. Everybody's been fed, everybody's happy.
It's successful. It's excelente. You can see my face? Of course, I'm happy.
In Las Vegas, one of the world's biggest hotels.
Welcome to the Bellagio.
Fights to feed thousands of famished visitors.
This is my second bowl. I can eat 5 dozen of these.
This super king-sized kitchen feeds more than 1.2 million mouths every year.
We can go up to like 15,000, 20,000 a day.
On one of the busiest days of the year, we meet the faces.
Et voila. I'm hungry now.
And food.
It's awesome. It's phenomenal.
Behind one of the world's biggest kitchens. Las Vegas, Nevada, casino capital of the world, attracting over 3.3 million visitors a year. At the heart of downtown is the multi-award-winning MGM Bellagio, one of the largest hotels in the world.
It's a wonderful place to be. I'd recommend anyone to come here.
Opened in 1998, this humongous $1.6 billion hotel has almost 4,000 rooms and boasts one of the planet's biggest buffets.
Welcome to the Bellagio buffet.
Supplying the food, a king-size 1,000+ square foot kitchen. It takes 45 chefs manning 14 jumbo ovens and 29 colossal coolers to turn out 300 different dishes each day.
My role here as the executive chef at Bellagio can be simply put to be like the conductor of an orchestra.
It's down to the kitchen's biggest cheese, head chef Edmund Wong, to keep the quality high and the quantity higher.
We have 2 larger ovens here that can cook close to 2,000 steaks at one time. Here we have a kettle about 75 gallons making barbecue sauce. In order for us to create over 4 tons of high quality food, the equipment is very vital to our operation.
Cooking up enough 5-star food to feed 1.2 million guests a year is an incredible undertaking.
This is just non-stop all day long, from the time we open to the time we close. It's not like a normal buffet.
In Sin City, this is the only place to come for sinfully delicious dishes.
It's a great selection, but the quality's even better.
From pizzas to prime rib, finger-licking chickens to tongue-tickling sweets, this is one belly-beguiling behemoth of a buffet.
The good thing is you get to go more than once.
midday on Saturday, the busiest day of the week. The hotel is fully booked, and the hungry chowhounds are already here.
We're feeding thousands of people in a volume that is unseen anywhere.
Everyone's baying for the Bellagio's champion chowder.
As soon as I swallow it up, it just warms my whole body.
Our soup is amazing.
Edmonds enlisted Bellagio's soup sorceress Jeannie Bautista to ensure the buffet's #1 broth is stocked up by the barrel.
Whenever you want soup, the #1 answer you're gonna get is chicken noodle soup.
Bellagio's scrumptious chicken noodle soup is soul in a bowl. That good old taste of home in the middle of the Nevada desert.
It's definitely something that reminds me of Mom.
Each year, Bellagio uses 12,480 chickens for their noodle soup alone. That's enough chicken to fill 15 massive hot tubs.
First, we're gonna start with our oil.
Making mega vats of soup requires mountains of ingredients. 80 onions, 307 sticks of celery, 267 carrots, plus 80 heads of garlic.
Whenever I smell onions cooking, my mouth waters.
Brewing up 80 gallons of soup in one go takes one of the kitchen's 3 Mondo mixers.
We would not be able to make this large quantity without this wonderful machinery that we have here.
Next, it's in with the chicken stock by the gallon.
He'll be doing this about 29 more times.
Even the seasoning is supersized, with fresh thyme, parsley, and salt going in by the pound.
You just stand here for hours and just looking at it.
Now it's chicken o'clock, all 150 of them. Jeannie's team pull all the meat off by hand.
I eat our chicken noodle soup every day.
They decant the vats of cooked soup into smaller urns. Add 30 pounds of noodles, and it's off to the buffet.
This 80-gallon batch of soup is equivalent to about 2,400 bowls of soup.
Steaming, succulent meat in a hot, salty broth. A good old-fashioned dose of Vegas penicillin to soothe those post-pina colada pains. Every year, Jeannie and her team serve up a soup tsunami, a jaw-dropping 2.5 million bowls of soup, enough to cure every hangover in Chicago.
A lot of chicken, very hot, very tasty. This is my second bowl.
1,200 appetites may have already been whetted for lunch, but that's just for starters. The biggest is still to come. Edmonds' team braces itself for the arrival of Hurricane Hungry.
We serve over 20,000 meals in an average day.
Saturday in Las Vegas, the busiest day of the week. The Strip is buzzing, and so is the MGM Bellagio's record-breaking buffet, one of the biggest buffets in the world.
The quality is really good. It's higher than any other buffet I've been to.
1 p.m., Edmonds' team are fighting to keep ahead of the game as hordes of famished food fans hit their celebrated buffet for lunch.
This sushi is delicious.
The sushi was excellent. It was very, very fresh.
It's just perfect. I can eat 5 dozen of these continuously.
The sushi is one of the buffet's most munched morsels. Tempting tuna, divine salmon. This is a Japanese party for the palate, and everyone's invited.
The sushi bar is such a main attraction because they see the fresh fish, the interaction between our cooks and the guests. It just has a magnetic draw to it all.
It takes a team of 10 highly trained kitchen ninjas to slice, dice, and roll 500 of these deep-sea delicacies an hour in 15 fishy flavors.
The chefs make it very, very quickly. They keep on coming out with it, different selections, and it's delicious.
Every month, the Bellagio's sushi machine steams more than a ton of sticky rice, enough to make California rolls that can span the Hoover Dam. That's 1.5 million pieces of sushi a year.
We use about 500 pounds of different types of fish every day that's flown in fresh.
To meet the ludicrously high demand for fish, Edmonds' team needs 2 fresh fish deliveries a day.
We require half a ton of seafood to be received at our dock daily.
With the sushi bar demolishing the salmon, it's up to Edmonds' right-hand man, Rob Ferris, to check each delivery meets the Bellagio's sky-high standards.
Right here, we have a shipment that just came in moments ago. We have to verify our temperature, making sure that it's as fresh as possible.
If the fish isn't fresh enough, it'll have to go back, and that would leave Rob and his team in dire straits.
We're at 27 degrees, so we're perfect with this. We're also going to check out how long it's been out of water. This is another situation that we have to verify, and then from there, we'll definitely receive it into the dock.
50 fresh salmon arrived just in time. The ravenous buffet goers are hankering for the first batch of Bellagio's finest fish dish.
The salmon I'm eating is very good. I'm loving it, and I'd go back for more.
Sumptuous pan-seared salmon on a bed of buttered veg, dressed with a zesty tarragon beurre blanc, haute cuisine for high rollers. The Bellagio leaps through 45,500 salmon a year, the same weight as 8 killer whales.
This is a dish that people are going to love in the buffet, so I'm going to take you through the steps right now of how we prepare it.
The seared salmon has to be served fresh, so Rob cooks it up in smaller quantities, batch after batch.
Our beurre blanc sauce is a sauce that begins with equal parts of vinegar. We use a champagne vinegar. It also has white wine. To that, we're going to add shallots, and then we're going to reduce our tarragon. And this is our fresh orange juice. This gives, obviously, the acid to it.
While he reduces the beurre blanc, he sweats off leaks in butter.
We don't want to let our butter brown. Beautiful leeks. This is a very popular dish. We'll actually serve about 800 portions on a weekend.
Next, he individually sears the salmon fillets.
Cooked nice and evenly, golden brown. Looks great.
To finish the beurre blanc, he whisks in cream, adds fresh tarragon, and then passes the mix through a fine sieve.
We really want to get all that flavor out of there.
One batch down, another 29 to go. A pan-fried salmon with soft buttered veg and a lavish citrus sauce. A perfectly seared crowd pleaser.
Now we're ready to bring the pan of salmon out to the buffet for people to enjoy.
It's really, really fresh, bursting with flavor and kind of melts in your mouth.
The fish may have gone down swimmingly, but with 2,000 mouths fed and the kitchen stretched to its limit, Edmonds pulled in an expert to bump up the buffet with an extra special dish.
I've been doing the Peking duck more than 10 years.
Saturday, 6 p.m. Dinner time at the Bellagio on the busiest day of the week. As well as having a full house, hundreds of extra tourists are lusting for the gloriously gut-busting buffet.
One of the more popular stations that we have is the rotisserie.
This is a carnivore's cloud 9, with every kind of meat under the sun being turned out by the ton to keep up with demand from the meat-seeking food files.
Over here we have spice-rubbed Kobe beef, our version of St. Louis-style ribs.
As a holiday special, Big Cheese Edmond has drafted in an expert to prepare a rare meaty treat from the Far East.
Right?
It's very juicy and it tastes really good.
Peking duck, Bellagio style. Tender, moist meat with a crisp, sweetly spiced skin. This is one mighty fine duck.
Our recipe makes the Peking duck more crispy than all other ducks.
Executive Chef Patrick Lee is Bellagio's king of the Peking duck, turning out 70 in a day. Making the perfect Peking duck takes a lot of time and a lot of love, and no one loves duck more than Patrick.
I'm going to doing the most popular dishes in the buffet.
The whole process takes 2 days. Step 1, prepare the seasoning for the first batch.
And then we have the marinated sauce, and then we have hoisin sauce mixed with the ground bean sauce. And then this is important. Star anise, the ginger, garlic, at the same time, you put on the mixed bowl. It smells so good. Now, Fantastic.
Now it's rub-a-duck time. Patrick massages the aromatic amalgam deep inside each of the 14 ducks for maximum flavor penetration.
1 spoon is not enough, so another spoon. Look at that. Now the most important, you need the skewers.
He sews up the duck to make it extra moist and tasty.
Look at that. No dropping.
The next step is a hot bath in boiling water, followed by a sweet and sour shower.
This is the secret sauce. Red vinegar and maltose.
The secret to perfectly crisp skin? Hanging the duck out to dry for 24 hours. Then it's on to the second batch.
Now it's time for the roasting. Look at that. Oh, the fire. Woo. Good luck.
Patrick roasts the batch of birds he prepared yesterday for 75 minutes.
Wow, look at that. It's crunchy and beautiful. Now I pull out the skewer. From here you can see the juice is coming out. Get ready. Oh, yummy. I'm hungry now.
Crisp on the outside, moist in the middle. No wonder when duck is on the special menu, visitors flock here for their daily dose. The Bellagio buffet flies through 15,120 plates of this super special duck dish a year. Enough to fill 4 pickup trucks with duck.
Wow, that's delicious.
It's moist on the inside, very delicious.
The third batch of ducks may have gone down famously, but there's no rest for the kitchen. 8 p.m., nightfall on the Strip, and the gamblers are coming out to play. Tonight, the stakes are extra high. Some high rollers are dining at Edmund's executive chef's table.
One of our specialties is the very famous prime rib.
And it's right-hand man Rob's job to blow them away with the buffet's best beef.
We go through about 22 prime ribs a day.
For the prime rib alone, the Bellagio buffet chews through 7,300 cows a year. The secret to this mouth-watering meat? An extra special rub.
In the rub right here is lavender. We have pink peppercorn. We have salt. We have pepper. We have cilantro. We have parsley. We have dill. We have oregano. And finally, we have some mustard seed. This has really become quite the famous rub here at the Bellagio buffet.
Once Rob's ribs are thoroughly rubbed, it's time for a spit roast in one of the kitchen's gargantuan rotisseries.
Good evening. My name is Edmund Wong. I'm the executive chef here at Bellagio.
Edmund's esteemed VIPs have a need to feed, but can Rob's beloved beef cut the mustard?
I don't know exactly what's going to be served, but my expectations are extremely high.
In Vegas, it's a full house at the Bellagio. And at the peak of the Saturday supper time surge, the buffet is being blitzed.
Have fun and really enjoy all the food.
The heat is also on for Edmund's right-hand man, Rob.
That's exciting.
At the exec chef's table, it's prime time for his prime rib.
The flavor, it's incredible.
Bon appetit, amazing, amazing.
So far, everything's great. I mean, the guests are loving everything. They're really impressed with the spread they have in front of them right now.
After bellyfuls of beef, it's Edmund's turn to sweeten the deal for the hungry high rollers.
Our finishing course is a white and dark chocolate fondue, which is specifically only for you tonight. Enjoy.
9 p.m. It's battle stations at the main buffet as Edmund's team prepares for Operation Dessert Storm. Here, to cater for the incoming sugar rush, even the desserts are made on a super colossal scale.
We produce a lot of pastry, a lot of them.
There's only one man Edmund can count on to manage the Bellagio's mountain of mouth-watering morsels, executive pastry chef Sylvain Bortolini.
We do over 5,000, 6,000 desserts every day, and we can go up to like 15,000, 20,000 desserts a day.
His team may turn out sweet treats by the ton, but it's Sylvain's creme brulee, which is the patisserie's winning pièce de résistance.
Et voilà.
That's my first time to have it, but it's awesome. It's phenomenal.
Rich, silky vanilla custard, locked away beneath a sheath of crunchy caramel. To hit the sweet spot jackpot, all you need is a spoon. Sylvain and his team burn through 73 tons of sugar a year. Enough sugar to sweeten 16,462,000 cups of coffee. He starts by warming up milk and heavy cream.
This is why it is so rich.
Next, that all-important flavoring.
Vanilla bean from Mexico, you know.
Sylvain adds the yolks of 30 supersized eggs to his creamy creation.
Okay, like this.
Sylvain's team turns out up to 600 each day for the buffet alone, which means making this tray of brulee 20 times over.
What's gonna make the difference is the quality of the ingredients that you use.
He beats sugar into the yolks until they completely dissolve.
My milk is getting warm.
When the vanilla cream is almost boiling, Sylvain pours half onto the egg and sugar mix and quickly whisks.
Because this is very hot and the eggs cook very fast. We don't want that to happen.
For a perfectly spoonsome dessert, Sylvain warms the half-gallon of custard to precisely 185 degrees Fahrenheit.
It's gonna get thicker, and that's how you know that it's ready to be baked.
He bakes each batch of 30 bite-sized brulees at a low temperature for around an hour until set.
And voila, this is perfect to be caramelized.
To seal the meal, Sylvain tops with brown sugar.
Crème brûlée in French means burnt cream, which is the most fun part of the process. Et voilà.
Sweet dreams are made of these. The creamiest French fancy, the Bellagio way.
I would not expect a dessert this good at a buffet at all.
One of the best I ever ate, so go Bellagio.
The buffet cracks through 219,000 creme brulees a year. That's a custard skyscraper the height of the Eiffel Tower 36 times over. 10 p.m., and after dealing out 80 gallons of soup, 4,000 pieces of sushi, 70 Peking ducks, and 600 creme brulees, Edmund's team at the Bellagio Buffet can finally cash in their chips.
It's been a very long day here at the Bellagio Buffet. We've done about 4,000 covers for the entire day, so it's a big one.
Supreme.
It's a perfect ending to a wonderful, rewarding day of cooking. We'll be right back at it tomorrow morning doing the same thing.
In New York City, it may be cold outside.
I need to get that going. Here's the roast chicken.
But the heat is on at America's most famous cheesecake joint.
Things are starting to get a little hairy right now.
This immense kitchen cooks over 150,000 cheesecakes and 25 tons of pastrami to feed over 90,000 customers every month.
It's one of the busiest and biggest 20 restaurants in the United States of America.
This is classic American dining, supersized.
This is big baking for a restaurant, and it's done the old-fashioned way.
On one of the busiest days of the year.
I got 3 on-order blintzes, 1 pastrami, and 1 corned beef.
It's crazy right now.
We meet the faces.
It's not a matter of skill, it's a matter of stamina.
Every bite I enjoy.
And the food.
It's dense, it's creamy, it's perfect.
Behind one of the world's biggest kitchens. Right in the heart of downtown Brooklyn is one of the busiest restaurants on the East Coast, Junior's.
Welcome to Junior's.
Feeding up to 3,000 hungry New Yorkers each day. 150 chefs and kitchen staff cook up Junior's world-famous cheesecakes.
Some people have said you haven't really lived until you've had cheesecake at Junior's.
That's delicious.
Cheesecakes are an institution.
14 mixers, 3 cake cutters, and 7 industrial ovens keep this 35,000 square foot kitchen running.
We start baking at 4 a.m., so we're basically going all around the clock.
Junior's even do takeout. The cheesecake is so popular, since opening, they've doubled in size to keep up with demand. This is baking to the max.
It's open pretty much 18 hours a day. It's been part of our family forever.
Harry Rosen founded Junior's in 1950. It quickly became a Brooklyn institution, welcoming everyone, including presidents.
This is Brooklyn. Junior's is Brooklyn and what Brooklyn stands for.
Probably every mayor since we've been in business has been here.
Today, Harry's grandson, Alan, runs this 450-seat cheesecake castle.
I need 3 cases of Philly steaks.
From placing supply orders to welcoming customers, he has his fingers in all the pies.
We love everything about it. What's not to love?
Alan's been handed the secret that keeps the customers coming. Junior's legendary cheesecake recipe.
I'm not going to be the schmuck who changes this recipe.
This is the star of the show, a mountain of sweet, creamy cheese sitting on a slice of light sponge cake. This is the creme de la creme of cheesecakes. Junior's goes through 62,000 tubs of cream cheese every week. Across the year, that's enough to fill 20 swimming pools.
Do your thing. Don't tell them everything. This is the cream cheese. On an average day, we make a couple thousand cheesecakes here. It's a lot of cream cheese.
To a mixer full of cream cheese, Alan adds
a little bit of vanilla,
a bucket full of eggs, and jugs full of heavy cream. Finally, a massive spoonful of sugar will help the cheesecake go down.
There's some secret ingredients here that we never really tell people about. We want to keep it secret.
Chefs blend Alan's creamy creation for 15 minutes before special machines deposit exactly 3 pounds of cheesecake mixture on top of a light sponge base.
These are sponge cakes. We're going to take a 1/4-inch layer. We're going to put them at the bottom of every cheesecake we bake.
Traditionally, cheesecakes were made with a graham cracker crust. Juniors do things differently.
The sponge cake bottom is one of the things my grandfather came up in the 50s. It should eat like a cake throughout, and then we'll be ready to bake some cheesecakes.
They bake each batch of 180 mouth-watering mountains of cheese in a water bath at 350 degrees for 1 hour.
That water is going to distribute the heat nice and evenly. It's going to add some moisture to the oven. Your cheesecake will bake almost like a souffle, but it won't burn and it won't crack. Now we're going to let them cool for several hours, depan them, and let them refrigerate overnight.
This technique has been refined over the years to produce the best cheesecake in New York City. To keep up with demand, Juniors must produce almost 2 million cakes each year, weighing as much as 600 school buses. Not only is demand from the restaurant through the roof,
morning, gentlemen.
Each year, Juniors sell over 100,000 cheesecakes, mail order.
So as you can see, this is going to Japan. Our products go all over the world. We're going to need to deliver some cakes today.
All right, we're just doing a run of Devil's Food cheesecakes, 7-inch and 10-inch.
We're assembling Devil's Food cheesecakes, dark chocolate cake, New York style cheesecake, chocolate fudge, more chocolate cake.
Quality is critical. Baking on this scale risks a rogue cheesecake going under the radar.
Here we have an X-ray machine. If there's any inconsistency in the product or in the fudge, this bell will go off and we will stop production and check out the product so everything's perfect every time.
The cheesecake is going down a treat.
It's a delicious cheesecake. I love it.
Oh, the cheesecake, that's delicious, man. Everybody coming for the cheesecake.
It's only 11 a.m., but guests are already flooding in for lunch. And dozens of trucks are queuing to deliver tons of supplies to keep the cheesecakes rolling. Fridays are the busiest day of the week, and Alan must prepare his team.
It's a pretty large task to keep all this together.
In Brooklyn, the busiest cheesecake joint in America is preparing for the Friday lunch rush.
So it's going to be a busy day today, guys. And I just want us all to be ready. Just make sure that we give it our best shot like we always do. Make sure that every guest that comes through our doors today full well intends on coming back next week.
To prepare for the end of the week madness, cheesecake production will be pushed to the max. It's up to Alan's right-hand man, Executive Chef Adam Marks, to keep this massive operation stocked and stacked.
Check everything that comes in. Make sure that the quality is there. If it's not, we send it back. The things that we have coming into the restaurant for the weekend is staggering. We go through anywhere from 400 to 600 flats of strawberries in a week to top all the strawberry cheesecakes. It's very busy today. My guy's waiting for them right now to get started cleaning on them.
Working flat out, 8-hour shifts every day. No one is busier than the 6-strong strawberry prep team.
For the whole weekend, from the morning all the way to close, people are cleaning strawberries, topping cakes.
It's not a matter of skill, it's a matter of stamina.
It's midday, and the restaurant is filling up fast. Junior's may be synonymous with cheesecake, but there's another dish cooks here must create in even more extreme amounts to satisfy the hordes of hungry lunchtime workers.
We're constantly making them. It's one of our biggest sellers on the menu.
People flock from far and wide for the ultimate entree, their famous matzo ball soup.
Bite into one of those matzo balls, and it just tastes like home.
The soup is one of the best that I had tasted in a while. The texture was great.
This soup is seriously special. On top of a delicately flavored stock floats mouth-watering matzo balls, Jewish dumplings made from scratch in-house.
Oh, we sell a ton of matzo ball soup. A lot of balls to be making.
Executive Chef Adam must make 250 gallons of matzo ball soup each week.
I mean, we go through a lot of eggs here. You know, we bring in 20, 30 cases of 30 dozen at a pop.
Adam's matzo ball team smash their way through 1,200 eggs every week, enough to make almost 300 bucket loads of batter.
Each mix takes 45 eggs. We're gonna do a double batch here, 90 eggs. Mix it up well, make sure all the yolks are incorporated.
Adam adds matzo meal, baking powder, white pepper, and salt.
It's nice and sticky, goopy, and then by the time that it sets up, it'll be pliable to roll into balls.
Adam's team will have to hand roll over 4,000 matzo balls each week, taking over 20 man-hours.
I've made a lot of matzo balls in my time. Maybe 50,000, maybe more, who knows.
Each week, it takes 300 carrots and 280 pounds of chicken to produce the consommé needed for this supreme soup.
The matzo balls are going to drop down to the bottom. As they start to cook, the baking powder gets activated. The matzo balls will swell, and they float to the top.
Even in the depths of a New York winter, this soup is sure to warm the soul of the coldest Brooklynite.
And they're soft and fluffy, and they're delicious. It's just a great soup.
It's 1 p.m., lunch hour, and New Yorkers flood out of their offices and straight into Junior's to stay warm.
Okay. Can I get French fries, please, on this grilled cheese?
Out front, the line for tables is growing, while in the heat of the kitchen, the checks are piling up for Executive Chef Adam.
Sometimes the tickets will come out of the machine right to the floor and roll around, and we're so far behind that we can't even keep up.
Junior's monster menu offers up over 250 classic New York dishes, pulling in thousands more hungry lunchtime diners.
1 pastrami, 1 corned beef.
And there's a rush on sandwiches. Their top seller, the meatiest of meaty treats, Junior's pastrami and corned beef combo.
So side of fries, please. 1 side of fries for here.
As the pastrami and corned beef orders come thick and fast.
Do you have any corned beef and combo on the board?
Alan needs to stay 1 step ahead of the game. He needs more meat.
Hey, Pete, we had a busy weekend over here. I need 7 cases of raw corned beef, 10 cases of pastrami.
Thank you.
All 450 seats are now full. The kitchen is cranked, and pastrami supplies are running low. As the lunch rush hits peak, Alan can't afford a meat meltdown.
All right, so we definitely got a little bit of business going on here. Talk to me, Charlene, what do you need?
It's Friday in downtown Brooklyn, and the lunch rush at Junior's has hit full throttle.
1 more fries.
Another side of fries on takeout, please.
The most wanted lunchtime dish, their famous pastrami and corned beef combo. Succulent slices of cured beef sit on homemade onion rolls served with steak fries.
Pastrami and corned beef on twin onion rye rolls. It's very good.
The pastrami in Junior's rolls is no ordinary meat. It's prepared by hand at this special plant across town. Each year, workers here make a mountain of meat for Junior's, big enough to feed over 1 million hungry New Yorkers.
Everybody wants New York corned beef, New York pastrami. We process hundreds of thousands of pounds of meat, and quality is our main concern.
The same cut of meat is used for both corned beef and pastrami, beef brisket. To make the corned beef, the meat is first trimmed, then brined. But to make pastrami, the beef is cured for 3 days, then smoked for 12 hours, before it's carefully hand-rubbed with a crust of juniper berries, garlic, and black pepper.
A lot of companies do this stuff in a large tumbler. Juniors will not accept that. That makes a big difference from a texture standpoint.
The pastrami is then cooked at 200 degrees for 5.5 hours before it's chilled, packed, and shipped to Alan's right-hand man at Junior's, Adam, who, right now, has got beef.
These are 2 more pastrami.
Okay. Yes. I'll take the rest of the pastramis. Just as I'm checking to see the firmness of the pastrami. We're looking at 200 pieces of pastrami here just for the weekend.
Then it's down to executive chef Matt Giros to serve up the perfect sandwich.
They get a lot of meat here. They never leave here on an empty stomach.
With meat supplies maxed, Matt must bake bread fit for the finest beef.
These are our signature onion rolls, which we make every day, 2 or 3 times a day.
Juniors bake almost 800,000 rolls each year, enough to fill 230 pickup trucks. It takes a mix of 85 pounds of high gluten flour, rye, onions, and a bag of sugar to make the 200 pounds of dough they need every day. Rolling the dough into balls demands precision.
It's very important that they're consistent, that they're the same size. You don't want to have a sandwich with 1 roll like this and 1 roll like this.
The solution? An ingenious gyrating cutting machine that can perfectly form 36 rolls in seconds.
And that machine's probably older than all of us. It's from way, way back. It's an amazing machine.
They bake the onion rolls at 400 degrees for 35 minutes until they are golden brown.
Do you have any corned beef and combo on the board?
So we just got an order for corned beef and pastrami combo on onion rolls. Make that real fast.
2 p.m. Armed with fresh rolls and meat, Matt's team must make 5 pastrami and corned beef combos every minute to keep up with the orders.
Corned beef.
Ready.
An ordinary kitchen would collapse under this pressure.
This machine is absolutely a lifesaver dealing with the high volume that we deal with. To cut all these sandwiches by hand would be a nightmare. Sandwiches are 8 to 10 ounces, but we give a little more. Don't tell my boss. Take out.
Juniors will sell over 50,000 of these supreme sandwiches each year.
Combos, order it in.
The pastrami. Oh, it was delicious. First time I ever had it, and every bite I enjoy.
It's a good comfort food. All the food on the menu here is delicious comfort food.
As night falls, the lunch rush becomes the dinner rush. The sandwich stampede is dying down, but dessert orders are rising fast. And they're running low on their legendary cheese blintzes.
Things are starting to get a little hairy right now. We sell the blintzes throughout the day, and all of a sudden, hey, we need more blintzes.
At Junior's in Brooklyn, it's 7 p.m. The Friday night rush has reached fever pitch, and the kitchen staff is working flat out to keep up with the orders.
Yes, extremely busy. It's crazy right now.
A D-turkey burger, pick it up, Renee. This is what keeps me going. You know, I've been here since 5 o'clock this morning, but I'm rocking and rolling. You know, this is what keeps me going. Order butternut squash soup, pick it up, butternut squash, pick up.
100 orders are flying out every 10 minutes. This mega kitchen must run like clockwork to avoid catastrophe.
If you don't communicate, you know, the whole operation could go down. 1 minute herd.
Guests are desperate for dessert.
I got 3 on order blintzes.
And they've all come for Junior's sublime sweet, their signature cheese blintzes. The cheese blintzes have been on the menu at Junior's for 65 years. Packed full of cottage cheese, deep-fried crepes are served with a strawberry coulis and soured cream, dusted with powdered sugar.
The cheese blintzes are the best. I had them in a lot of other restaurants, and their blintzes here are the best.
There are restaurants in New York that were known for having the great blintzes, and I think ours put theirs to shame.
They come in and just have blintzes. I mean, we go through so many here, it's staggering.
The run on blintzes means Adam must whip up a fresh batch, fast. First step to the perfect crepe, take a super hot pan and coat it in batter. Then stick it under a red-hot grill.
We're gonna look for it to start to peel away from the edge of the pan, and then it's gonna be ready.
Adam cooks up to 200 wafer-thin crepes at a time.
The filling is really the star of the blintzes. A lot of places will do a small, flat, long blintz. We serve ours with a lot of filling.
To make the mouth-watering blintz filling, Adam mixes 10 pounds of cream cheese and cottage cheese with 6 cups of sugar. 3 eggs bind the mixture together.
The last is we have 3 capfuls of vanilla.
Junior's customers expect nothing less than immaculate blintzes. It's critical Adam mixes the same magic for every single batch.
That's your filling. If it's 10 years ago, if it's 15 years ago, or if it's today, the blintzes are going to taste the same.
All that's left is to fill up the pancake pouches with the rich, creamy filling.
You know, so it turns out to be, a neat little parcel, a neat little package. They get deep fried, and then they get served with sour cream and strawberry sauce.
These legendary pockets of pleasure are second only to cheesecakes as Junior's most popular desserts. Each year, the team cook up almost 20,000 of these sensational sweets.
Cheese blintzes are out of this world, with fresh strawberry sauce and sour cream and nice and crisp. No calories.
When you cut in them, you don't need a buzzsaw. You cut it with the fork, they're creamy, they're homemade, they're delicious.
Out back, the dishwashing team are working tirelessly to keep on top of the mountains of plates. After 12 hours, feeding almost 3,000 guests, the Juniors team can finally wind down after a grueling shift.
I'm exhausted, man. It's been a long day for me. Been running around, and I'm happy. I feel good. I put in a good day's work, and I'm ready to come back tomorrow.
The service was amazing. The food is just what you want when you come into this old Brooklyn establishment. The cheesecake is world famous. We had a great time.
Food's terrific. The people are good. It's a great climate. I like it here.
It hasn't changed a bit, and that's nice. In a world that's always changing, to have a constant is really a very, very nice thing.
I think in 35 years, I really can't say I've gotten a bad meal.
I'm really proud of our guys. Every day they work really hard, and they manage to pull this off day in and day out. Juniors is certainly here to stay. But I'm leaving. I'm going to bed.
In Austin, Texas, everything is supersized.
We had 2 dozen glazed, 2 dozen chocolate.
Especially the donuts in America's most famous drive-through joint, Round Rock Donuts.
Look at the size of that thing.
This huge kitchen cooks up a whopping 200,000 donuts and over 8,000 cookies to feed 21,000 customers every week.
Want some?
This is donut delivery on a massive scale.
You just want to eat it because it's delicious and you don't care about the calorie ramifications.
It's huge. I don't know if I can finish it all.
On one of the busiest days of the year.
We've got to feed them, and we've got to feed them fast.
we meet the faces.
I hope my wife don't catch me eating this.
And the food.
Yes, yes, yes. Donut time.
Behind one of the world's biggest kitchens. Just 20 miles from Austin, Texas, is Round Rock Donuts. One of America's favorite restaurants.
Welcome to Round Rock Donuts.
Feeding up to 3,000 customers every day. This king-size cafe and drive-thru serves up 5 million donuts to over 300,000 vehicles a year.
Can you say donuts?
Thank you. You have a wonderful day now.
Cooking up super sweet surprises like cookies, cakes, and America's biggest donut, the 14-inch Texan. These are tasty treats on a titanic scale.
I love the donuts here. They're delicious.
They have not changed one bit over the years. Whatever process I use, it's worked.
It takes 60 staff, 3 massive mixers, 2 walk-in fridges, and 3 giant deep fat fryers to keep this 1,500 square foot kitchen running.
Everything is bigger than Texas, so why not?
Round Rock Donuts opened in 1926 on the outskirts of a small town that bears its name, not far from Austin. Almost 90 years on, this family-run drive-thru is legendary.
It's 4:30 in the morning and I'm opening up. Somebody's got to do it.
The team has been frying since midnight. The man in charge of making sure the whole operation runs smoothly is Paul Goodillion.
So you can't stop because the customers don't stop coming, and it keeps me young at least.
From prepping donuts to ordering fresh supplies, Paul's sticky fingers are all over this joint.
It's not even breakfast yet, and we've got donuts flying off the shelves.
7 a.m. and the breakfast rush is now in full swing.
The next order, send it, please.
And hope the kitchen can keep up with the front.
So the breakfast team need to max out donut production. To create these incredible crullers, bakers here must mix Round Rock Donuts' signature dough using flour, eggs, sugar, butter, and yeast. The team will cut and fry 1.5 tons of dough a day. Manager Paul's son, Colton Goodillion, has the stickiest job in the kitchen, to fill the donuts with thick, oozing cream.
When I tell my friends I've been pumping custard all day, they tend to get a little jealous.
Colton's in charge of one super sweet treat breakfast guests here simply can't get enough of.
I like to eat them behind my husband's back. It's like having an affair.
Round Rock's famous chocolate glazed eclairs.
The filling is great. It's like pudding, and I love pudding.
These French-inspired delicacies are filled to burst with Bavarian cream and then hand-coated in rich, milky chocolate.
This is one of our most popular desserts. People really do enjoy the Bavarian cream and the chocolate together. It's a good combination.
Bakers make the eclair from the same legendary dough as the Round Rock Donuts, but for the perfect bite, they must cook it differently.
So you want to keep it submerged the whole time. That way they can fry evenly. An overcooked eclair will taste burnt on the outside, and it'll also make the inside way too crispy, and the cream won't even stay inside of the donut.
Each week, Colton pumps 3,000 crispy pastry shells full of thick, gloopy cream.
Now I'm gonna do my favorite thing.
Then gets hands-on with his eclairs.
It feels very nice. It's kind of like a hot tub for your hands. You're gonna wanna dip your hand in there and just smoothly cover it with chocolate. You just let the chocolate kind of roll off your hand.
Colton smears his way through 275 gallons of hot chocolate each week. These dreamy, creamy confections are a breakfast to die for. Round Rock Donuts sells over 150,000 eclairs each year. End to end, that's 14 miles of tasty breakfast pastry.
The icing on top is perfect. It just kind of melts in your mouth when you eat it. It's perfect.
That's good. I like the filling. Delicious. Don't tell anybody I'm on a diet.
It's only 10 a.m., and the breakfast sugar rush will soon become the lunch rush.
You need a dozen glaze and a dozen chocolate?
The team are serving one car every 45 seconds, selling 50 donuts a minute.
We're pushing out quantities, but we gotta keep the quality up.
And soon, they'll be slammed by 1,000 more customers as one of Texas's biggest classic car festivals rolls into town.
I'm ready for them. We have to mentally prepare ourselves to be ready for them.
Wow, we're about to get slammed.
In Round Rock, the biggest drive-through donut joint in Texas is gearing up for the craziest Saturday of the year.
So it's getting busy now. We've got a queue outside, we've got people in the lobby, and the machine is really starting to roll.
It's 11 a.m. 15,000 donuts and eclairs have already left the shelves. And out at the drive-thru, the first few classic cars are arriving in town for the big show.
And all the gas guzzlers are gonna want some fading.
So we're all geared up for a busy day. You've got your people placed.
I do.
30 seconds per car if you can get it going that way. All right. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Round Rock may be synonymous with donuts, but as the lunch rush kicks in, demand for a savory treat takes off.
We're selling these almost as quickly as we're making them.
Lunchtime drive-by diners love to pig out on this punch-packing pork product, the legendary sausage kolache.
Jalapeno cheese kolache, my favorite dish here.
You got a sausage and sausage cheese kolache?
Yes, we can't come to Round Rock without having one of these.
Nicknamed Pigs in Blankets, the kolache is a delicious smoked sausage flavored with jalapenos and cheese, wrapped in the sweetest of sweetbreads.
The sausage kolaches are an old Czech recipe. This is a very, very popular item in this part of the country.
Each week, Round Rock Donuts use up to 15,000 sausages to make this popular piquant pastry. These are no ordinary sausages. For the last 5 years, Big Boss Paul and his special supplier have developed a completely bespoke blend of herbs and spices to make his kolaches unique.
So we're on our way down to Smoky, Denmark to pick up a hot shot of sausages.
Paul's mission is to make sure that every one of the 4,500 sausages for today's lunchtime rush is perfectly formed.
Quality control is really important to us. When our customers come, we want to serve them the very best product.
Under Paul's watchful eye, workers mix 800 pounds of the finest pork and beef with salt and cayenne pepper, a hint of garlic, and the secret blend of herbs and spices. Then stuff the meaty mixture into a natural hog casing, smoking it for 3 hours.
They still use real wood chip, so they get a real smoke on it instead of using liquid smoke.
So what do you think of the smoke? Enough smoke on that for you?
Yeah, the color is great.
Satisfied his meat is magnificent, Paul dashes back to Round Rock with the supplies to cook up the next batch of kolaches for diners. First task, wrap his pork in the signature Round Rock dough.
This dough, we make it slightly sweeter to complement the savory flavor of the sausage.
This dough has 2 extra cups of sugar mixed in.
So now the fun part, rolling them up. This little piggy went to market. This little piggy is going to go into my stomach at some point.
Finally, he bakes the sausage kolaches at 350 degrees for 20 minutes.
Ooh, that's hot. So they're golden brown, ready to go. All right.
This traditional European delicacy is hugely popular. Paul and his team will hand roll up to 800,000 of these porky parcels of pleasure each year.
The bread's nice and soft, flaky, but then it just mixes well with the saltiness, spiciness, and cheesiness of the sausage.
Kolache was good. It had good meat and bread to it, so I loved it.
I let nobody else try it.
It's midday. The lunch rush is already in overdrive. And the Classic Car Festival is turbocharging donut demand.
Oh my God, it's mad crazy outside. There's just like 100 cars. It's going crazy.
Appetites are growing and tempers are flaring as the car fanatics queue up for the ultimate donut, the 14-inch Texan.
I would probably wait 20 to 30 minutes in here just for that donut.
It's the Incredible Hulk of donuts.
The customers are getting angry because they wanted donuts so much.
We got to keep this machine going, cranking the donuts out. Things are really heating up.
It's a hot Saturday just outside Austin, Texas. And the lunch rush at Round Rock Donuts drive-thru has hit full throttle. Over 100 hungry classic car fanatics have rolled up in their rides.
He loves his donut. I mean, he basically sees it and just goes, yes, 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 donut time.
No, other donut people just can't do it, what these guys are doing.
As you can see, we're all the way around the block here. When people have to wait, they start getting impatient. So we've got to feed them, and we've got to feed them fast.
And this is what they've all come for.
Whoa, look at the size of that donut.
The famous 14-inch, 2-pound Texan. As big as 12 regular-sized donuts and smothered in lip-smacking orange glaze.
I try to eat it. It's too much for me.
They make the Texan from the restaurant's signature dough. To meet demand for this monster, they mix over 1,000 batches of dough each year.
People who come from all over America to experience this.
Preparing the famous dough is down to donut master Polo Garcia.
If for some reason I don't do the proper measurements, the dough is going to be a disaster.
For this beast of a batch, Polo must mix eggs.
We use about 6,000 eggs a day, so I'm sorry for the chicken.
Flour, sugar, butter, and last but not least, yeast.
Come on, baby. You're gonna become alive, okay? You're gonna start working pretty soon.
Polo mixes the dough for 10 minutes.
It's gonna be magic pretty soon.
He leaves it to rise for 40 minutes. Cuts it down to size.
Like we say in Texas. Yeehaw!
Then it's time to roll.
With this type of exercise, what can you say? You don't need to go to the gym, do you?
Making the perfect donut demanded by Round Rock's faithful followers takes a special skill.
We're calling the wrist flex. Now it's gonna be time for me to pet my baby. You see? Nice. Very nice. And now, do you want to see the giant one?
This titan of the donut world is so big, it needs cutting with a bucket.
And this is how we made Texas donut.
This giant takes twice as long to cook as any normal donut.
When the dough is not cooked right, it becomes kind of chewy and gooey, and we don't want that from them.
Polo fries this Whopper for 6 minutes until it's golden on the outside and cooked to perfection on the inside.
I've been turning this for almost 20 years. I know at this point when they're ready or not.
Finally, he drizzles the mouth-watering orange glaze over this doughy freak, making it irresistible.
This is what makes the Texas donut unique. Kind of top secret, but it's very, very tasteful.
This is one of America's most famous donuts. The chefs here churn out almost 80,000 of these sticky behemoths every year.
Look at the size of this thing. My God, how could anybody eat one of these?
It's the biggest donut I've ever seen, by far, ever.
The Texas donut goes a long way. It's enough to feed a family of 5.
It was enough to feed her whole classroom. Yes.
1 p.m., the lunch rush hits peak. Hundreds of sugar-crazed car aficionados slam this big kitchen with one order every 30 seconds.
No, man, I think this is probably the busiest day since I've ever worked here, and I've been working here for 3 years now.
Amidst the chaos, bakers at Round Rock Donuts also have to produce made-to-order, personalized specialty cakes.
They can change the colors, pick the size cake they want, color of icing. All we need is 24 hours advance notice, and they're ready to go.
Out of the blue, and at the height of the rush, the car show crew need a custom cake to mark their event. Within 1 hour.
We don't normally decorate cakes without a 24-hour notice.
The customer's already downstairs, so we're gonna try to go as fast as we can.
At one of America's most famous donut drive-thrus, the lunch rush is finally subsiding.
Board's almost clear, we got this.
All the crazy cars are on their way out, so it's starting to get back to normal a little bit again.
But with the car show organizers waiting on a special order, there is one highly skilled team that is still working flat out. The 4 artisans producing completely unique specialty cakes.
It's creamy and thick. I love it.
On top of soft, rich sponge cake sits ingeniously sculpted buttercream icing in almost any conceivable form.
The detail of the swirls and the design and the colors, it makes it all come together. It's beautiful and yummy.
I like it because it's like almost all the colors of the rainbow.
Everybody loves cake. People put a lot of thought into their cake when they're planning their parties.
Each year, the cake crew hand decorates up to 16,000 custom cakes. Leading the team producing these masterpieces is Queen of Cakes, Deanne Moen.
We bake to order. We bake our cakes here in-house every day.
To make these wonders of the cake world, Deanne will need to make 60 gallons of icing each week.
It's the old-fashioned buttercream, which is the shortening powdered sugar.
To create the most intricate designs and make the cake easier to ice, the team flash freeze the sponge bases.
It's important to give them a little bit of chill time so the cake will set and it won't crumble on you when you're trying to ice it. Having the cake smooth really is the difference between having it look homemade or having it look top-notch.
Deanne's crew decorate up to 70 cakes a day. Mixing the right color for the right cake order is absolutely critical.
So this is my artist's palette. We have our purple, we've got the yellow. This is our leaf green. We have our royal blue.
Deanne's team use up to 9,000 tubes of colored icing each year, and it takes a steady hand to add the final touches.
Oh look, I got that just right with the dots.
The last cake of the day is for the car festival organizers, waiting downstairs. Deanne must work fast.
So they're here for this cake, and I'm trying to get the last minute touches on. I'm outlining some flames, and then we'll fill it in, make it look like fire. Oh, my bag is not cooperating with me. Always something happens when you're in a hurry. All right.
Finally, Deanne is happy with her custom-made car cake.
I think we're done.
But will the client be satisfied?
All right. Thank you. I hope you like it.
Oh, wow, that is sharp.
Thank you for doing
Thank
that
you very much.
You are welcome. You are welcome. Glad we could help.
That is just cool.
After 9 hours of solid service, the Round Rock Donuts team can finally take a breath.
So the guy that picked up the cake from the car club was pretty happy, and he was one of our last people, so I think we're in the clear now. Not only has it been the best day of the year, but I figure we've broken a record of about 32,000 donuts today.
Just like people get attached to smoking cigarettes, I'm attached to Round Rock Donuts.
This is the most fabulous donut in the state of Texas. It has so much flavor to it. It has the glaze to it, its sweetness. It's made fresh. It's awesome.
That's good. Like a donut should.
I am very proud to be a part of this team. I think this is the sweetest job in America.
In Iowa, America's biggest truck stop,
We got 900 spaces out there, and they are all filling up.
fights to keep up with the constant influx of hungry truckers.
It's good food.
This titanic truck stop dishes up 350,000 meals a year.
That's a lot of meat.
On one of the busiest days of the year,
It's pretty crazy right now.
we meet the faces
It's getting super busy out there.
and the food
You can't have none, but it's good.
behind one of the world's biggest kitchens. Interstate 80, nearly 3,000 miles of Trans-American Highway. Home to the world's biggest truck stop. And the world's biggest truck stop restaurant, Iowa 80 Kitchen.
It's marvelous.
Truckers come from all over America for their favorite home-cooked meals 24/7.
You always hear about Iowa 80. It's really legendary.
Iowa 80 is the biggest truck stop on the planet, spread over half a square mile, with space for 900 trailers and 250 cars.
Welcome to the Iowa 80 Kitchen.
At its heart is the restaurant. It's Iowa 80's very own monster-sized food factory.
Let's go.
Iowa 80's kitchen sprawls over 5,500 square feet. It takes 4 convection ovens, 2 mixers, 4 steamers, 6 fryers, 2 flat grills, and a flame griller to keep this grub-making juggernaut running 24/7. This family-run business opened over 50 years ago when Grandpa Peel opened his truck stop diner here.
When my grandfather started this restaurant, I don't think he could ever imagine that it would have gotten this big.
Half a century later, the 300-seater restaurant feeds over 1,000 guests a day. That's 18 million customers since its doors first opened. And Iowa 80 is more than just a truck stop.
You can't get it here, you can't get it.
As well as the restaurant, it has a barber, a dentist, cinema, half-mile-long chrome store, even its own chapel.
There's always something to do here.
The Iowa 80 truck stop is so legendary, its loyal trucker customers have been coming back for decades.
I've been coming in here probably since the 60s or 70s.
I came to Iowa 80 with my father, when I was younger.
I used to come here back in the late 80s.
9 a.m. Outside, the 900 parking bays are filling up fast. Everyone's lured by the famous food at Iowa's legendary rest stop.
Food's great, man. You don't want to tell a hungry truck driver his breakfast isn't ready.
General Manager Rick has served over 20 years in this epic interstate eatery. Today is the first and busiest day of the new trucking season, after the deadly winter roads have thawed.
I'm going to cover about 650 miles today. I'm traveling to Nebraska.
Red-Eye Master Rick's on the early bird shift, feeding the first wave of starving drivers.
I started at 4 o'clock this morning, and this is about midway, so I'm going to give me a nice good breakfast.
It's breakfast like the gasoline that keeps you going throughout the day.
The first rule of Freight Club is start each day on a full tank. And the same goes for the drivers, who come from far and wide for Iowa 80's trademark mega breakfast, the Hungry Man.
I came up with the Hungry Man breakfast about 8 years ago. Definitely the breakfast of breakfast.
Hungry Man breakfast is my favorite.
And who wouldn't love 2 large eggs, bacon, hash browns, sausages, and sausage patties, plus 2 flippin' huge pancakes? This is a supersized breakfast for super hungry truckers. Making breakfast here consumes a lot of eggs, 700,000 a year. enough to make an omelet the size of a baseball field, twice over.
To prepare the pancake batter, we're gonna start off with the eggs.
Rick beats 24 extra large eggs at a time.
We're gonna need enough pancake batter for about 50 pancakes.
Next, it's in with some milk.
This is making me hungry.
And flour. Then, it's griddle time. The Hungry Man is a short order meal. As soon as a check comes in, Rick must whip it up in under 5 minutes.
Now with those mash browns on. Next goes the sausage links, and 2 slices of bacon for each breakfast. The sausage patties. Big truckers need big eggs. Here we have the Hungry Man breakfast.
The Hungry Man breakfast is America's #1 morning meat injection to fill those empty human fuel tanks. Each year, Iowa 80 serves 36,500 Hungry Man breakfasts. That's 36,500 less hungry men and women, at least until lunchtime.
It's got good crispy bacon, eggs, pancakes. It's all very good.
It gives you the protein, everything you need.
10 a.m. The morning rush is going full throttle.
Did you get the patties on that, Hungry Man?
It's pretty crazy right now.
Rick's crew must pump out a plate a minute to keep the truckers fueled up to the max.
Got it.
This is the busiest morning we've had so far this year.
The next wave of starving drivers is about to come crashing in, but breakfast has hit the stockroom hard.
It's getting dangerous. We're getting real low on eggs.
Since the kitchen cracks through over 1,200 eggs a day, it's up to Iowa 80's Mr. Fix-It, Jake, to find emergency supplies.
It's definitely my neck on the line when it comes to supplies. If you run out, it's going to be my fault.
America's biggest truck stop restaurant, Iowa 80 Kitchen, is smack dab in the busiest day of the spring trucking season.
Attention, servers and guests, our breakfast buffet will be closing in 15 minutes. Thank you.
11 a.m. Ravenous truckers have smashed through 400 breakfasts, and now the morning menu switches to lunch. The heat is also on for Jake Harbeck, the kitchen supply manager and Mr. Fix-It. He's arrived at the suppliers 18 miles away to get enough eggs to last the kitchen until tomorrow.
I need to make sure that we have those extra 500 eggs we need to pick up today. Hey, Brian, you get those extra 500 eggs we needed?
Yes, sir, they're all there.
All right, here, let me give you a hand with that. Sure is a lot of eggs in here. I hope I got these eggs in time before we run out.
And they need all the eggs they can get to bind their most popular lunchtime dish.
The meatloaf is amazing.
Iowa 80's protein-loaded meatloaf has been a trucker's delight for more than half a century. Succulent, steaming beef, still cooked like it was back in the good old days. For their meatloaf alone, Iowa 80 minces through enough ground cow to make 300,000 quarter pounders a year.
You want meat? I'll give you meat.
Chris Hahn is shift manager, and in true Iowa 80 family fashion, she also chips in the kitchen. Making her grandpa's interstate famous meatloaf is her forte.
We start with celery.
Then it's in with Jake's eggs, diced tomatoes, and gallons of sauce.
A big can of ketchup. That's a lot of ketchup. 2 cups of beef base. 2 cups of salsa. A whole bottle of Worcestershire. 4 onions. And 4 tablespoons of pepper. Now to mix this all together, I'm gonna use this giant whip.
You can't make a meatloaf without pounding some serious cow.
Here I have 100 pounds of beef, and it may sound like a lot, but we'll use this much in a single day. We're gonna have to use this industrial-sized mixer. And for that, I'm gonna need this humongous paddle. Truckers like their meat.
Chris mixes the beefy blend in the mega mixer before adding that special spicy sauce.
Now we're gonna add 4 pounds of breadcrumbs to our mixture. I'm sure truckers are dreaming about this all the way down the interstate. Okay, there's so much meat in there, now I need someone to help me lift the bowl. Thank you.
Chris packs the raw meat tightly into trays and gives it a good smackdown.
This is really therapeutic. So now it's ready for the oven.
It takes 2 hours to bake this tasty, beefy beast.
And here we go, Iowa 80's famous meatloaf.
Juicy, succulent beef with creamy mash and rich, home-style gravy. No wonder it flies out the kitchen like a plate out of hell. The restaurant serves 73,000 portions of meatloaf a year, enough to feed the real meatloaf forever.
Gravy, my favorite beverage.
I've been dreaming about this meatloaf since Pennsylvania.
I gotta hand it to Iowa, they sure know how to treat their beef.
The meatloaf is going down well with these guys, but there are still hundreds of hungry truckers left to go. The lunchtime rush is full on.
You gotta check out the buffet. Ribs, chicken.
And for the kitchen crew, this means keeping the jumbo buffet constantly topped up. A lip-smacking smorgasbord 50 gut-busting feet long. The biggest salad bar in the state.
It's getting super busy out there.
It's almost dinner time, the biggest meal of the day, and the kitchen is about to go into overdrive.
We got 900 spaces out there and they are all filling up.
But there's a problem. One of the kitchen's key cookers has gone down.
This is one of the worst things that can happen to a restaurant. If he doesn't get it fixed soon, we're gonna be in a lot of trouble.
On Interstate 80 in Iowa, on the busiest day of the new trucking season, the world's biggest truck stop is buzzing with ravenous customers.
We're getting slammed now.
6 p.m., the giant diner is rapidly filling up for dinner.
If you can't stand the heat, don't come in the kitchen.
But at their busiest time, the kitchen is in crisis.
Our pilot light went out in our fryer. We won't be able to get our food out to our customers.
And the orders just keep on coming.
I better get going. It's really piling up out there.
Mr. Fix-It Jake has just 10 minutes to get it running, or hundreds of truckers will go hungry.
This can be very difficult and dangerous if you don't know what you're doing.
There's a lot of people out there waiting for their food. I hope Jake can get that pilot light lit real soon.
I think we got this one going. Just gotta wait a couple seconds. All right, I think we got it fixed now.
The mega kitchen machine is back to firing on all cylinders.
There's always pressure, but I have a good team and we can always deal with pressure. Pressure only makes us work better.
They need their monster grill to cook the kitchen's best-selling dinner order to piggy perfection. Sizzling 3/4 of an inch thick char-broiled pork chops, served with a steaming baked potato and fresh off the farm veg. Iowa 80 Kitchen cuts through 125 tons of pig a year, the same weight as 3 fully loaded semis.
It's gonna get messy in here.
Veteran chef Bobby Mayfield is a past master with a meat cleaver.
Tenderize it, slice it, cut it, pound it.
No one beats their meat and chops their chops quite like Butcher Bob.
Now it's time to get busy.
Bobby hacks his way through 100 tons of beef, 150 tons of chicken, and 125 tons of pork a year.
That's a lot of meat. I love my job.
This is the most dangerous job in the kitchen, and only Bobby's cut out to do it.
Gotta be very careful with this.
These industrial saws are so sharp, they cut through bone like butter. A bad day in the office means it's hand sandwiches for lunch.
One little mishap, you could lose a finger.
To keep the meat cold, he must work at a teeth-chattering 35 degrees.
I can show you how cold it is in this meat room.
So it's not just the saw that's a threat to his fingers. Frostbite is too.
Most people can cut meat for about 5 to 10 minutes. I can do it for about a half hour. I'm used to it. I am a bigger guy, too. A little more meat only.
To keep up with demand for pork chops, Bobby uses his super butcher skills to cut 30 at once.
This is where it all starts, cutting our famous pork chop. This is a day's work right here, 120 pounds of meat.
He cuts each chop 3/4 of an inch thick. But Bobby's skills don't stop there.
This is one of our #1 sellers. Here, the fat and the bone just sizzling. This gives it a nice flavor.
Cooking Iowa's signature pork chops to perfection is a fine art. Charred on the outside, moist in the middle.
I've been cooking these chops for 35 years. It's very important to pay attention. You're off 15, 20 seconds, it's critical. And there we go. Perfect pork chop from the Iowa 80 kitchen.
A pound of pure porcine pleasure makes this dish the most popular meat to eat at the Iowa 80 truck stop. The kitchen serves up 36,500 of these fork-worthy pork chops every year. Stacked on top of each other, that's a pork chop skyscraper towering 2 Empire State Buildings tall.
They have it just right here. I'll definitely come back and eat this again.
They are good. They're a thicker cut pork chop than you normally get anyplace else.
Another satisfied customer ready to hit the road.
How many miles do you think you've logged in over the years? How many millions of miles have you driven?
Probably 8 or 9 million, probably.
How many coffees is that?
You have to count them by the gallons.
Iowa 80 fuels their truckers with 2 million cups of coffee a year to keep them awake. And with dinner only just warming up, the kitchen is about to reach boiling point.
This is our busiest time of the day. Lunch is busy, you know, and dinner is even busier. I think this might be one of the busiest days that I've worked this year.
The Iowa 80's kitchen has been powering out plates of home-cooked food from dawn to dusk. Meal after heartwarming, gut-busting meal, keeping America's truckers fueled up on the busiest day of the new season. 8 p.m., night is closing in, and new trucks are arriving at the rate of 3 every minute.
We're rolling now.
Thank you, boys.
Business at the buffet is booming. Staff are in a feeding frenzy, and everyone's after a slice of Iowa 80's signature dessert.
It's like Grandma and my great aunt used to make.
The home-cooked apple dumpling with sweet cinnamon syrup and farm-fresh cream. Kitchen crew here pound 30,000 apples a year, making this all-American classic. Enough apples a day to keep the doctor away for almost a century. Mr. Fix-It Jake is also baking mad, turning out hundreds of the truck stop's trademark apple dumpling at a time.
We're gonna start with 2 pounds of flour, 1.5 pounds of baking shortening or lard, about a tablespoon of salt, cold water.
Next up, those all-important apples. 20 pounds of them. For that authentic flavor, Jake coats the apples in pounds of sugar and cinnamon and leaves to infuse overnight.
I do have a batch that's already ready. And now's the part where we have a lot of fun because we're gonna make a mess.
Jake uses a whole load of flour power to stop his dumpling dough from sticking. Rolls it out.
This is one of the original recipes that came with the restaurant.
He uses coffee cans to cut the dough into circles.
It's the right size that we want. You don't want somebody to be jealous that somebody else's dumpling looks better than theirs does. Now comes the fun part where we get to fill it up.
Jake makes a pastry pocket and stuffs his dumplings just like Grandpa did.
This is where the magic happens.
He seals the deal by making sure all those apples are tucked up tight.
None of the juice is gonna come out and go underneath.
A final sprinkling of that sweet cinnamon fairy dust to give it a crisp caramel crust, and those big appley bad boys are good to bake.
So now we're gonna bake these in the oven at 325 for 45 minutes until they're golden brown.
Now for the special ingredient, their signature apple syrup.
And this is the one that people have come to love. And this is the one that we've been using on our dumplings now for 50 years.
Jake mixes a gallon of apple juice with light corn syrup and butter.
What I have here is cornstarch, 1/2 cup of vanilla. We have 1/2 cup of lemon juice. We have a tablespoon of cinnamon. And we're gonna add in a cup of apple juice. I wish you could smell this because Smells nice. The syrup's what gives it that extra kick that our customers love.
To finish, Jake lashes the dumplings with syrupy goodness.
That crust is gonna absorb all this good apple flavor.
These sweet, sticky dough balls of deliciousness have been driving America's truck drivers wild for over 50 years. In total, they sell more than 10,000 portions of apple dumpling each year, enough to fill a bumper-sized dump truck.
This apple dumpling good. You can't have none, but it's good. I mean, we're talking good. Grandma style good.
Iowa 80's Monster Kitchen has now been pumping out its famous dishes for almost 24 hours, an engine that never stops running.
I'm very proud of what we've achieved here. We've given people a place to stop, an oasis on the interstate.
As the dinnertime deluge becomes a trickle of midnight munchers, Rick's team can finally breathe a sigh of relief.
It's starting to wind down now. We had a crazy day. I think we set a record, but we're still going to be serving through the night, so the machine just keeps on rolling.
It may be the end of a busy day at the world's biggest truck stop, but here, there are always monster appetites to feed.
I was your size when I started stopping here.
In Dubai, the world's biggest airline kitchen struggles to keep pace with the explosion of international travel.
We're always panicking.
This king-size kitchen works 24/7, preparing 50 million high-altitude meals every year.
It's constant movement, constant flow, no relaxing here.
On one of the busiest days of the year,
time is of the essence and we're losing minutes.
We meet the faces.
Everybody loves it.
And the food.
Good flavors, nice taste.
Behind one of the world's biggest kitchens. Dubai, one of the fastest growing cities in the world. Home to one of the world's busiest airports. And the world's biggest airline kitchen. The Emirates airline catering facility is as big as 10 American football fields.
We're not ordering by the kilos per day, we order by the ton.
Every day, this mega kitchen produces around 170,000 meals for flights traveling to 74 countries. It opened in 2007 and cost a purse-busting $159 million to build. And since then, it's delivered over 265 million meals, enough to feed all of Canada for a week. Head chef James Griffith really is the busiest cook in the world.
We are putting out one meal every 1.5 seconds.
His team of 520 chefs from 42 different countries cook up everything from steak to sushi and pastries to pasta.
It's important to offer a regional destination dish, giving people something they're familiar with, making them feel more at home on the aircraft.
Catering for 400 flights a day means this super-sized kitchen gets through 65,000 tons of raw ingredients a year. While James masterminds the meals, flight dispatcher Michael Deacon must put them on the right flight at the right time.
The pressure is on. We need to get that aircraft cleaned, catered, fueled, and back out. This is a 24/7 operation here in Dubai. Flights are departing and arriving all the time.
Today, Michael and the team are up against it. The airport is operating at full capacity. Departing for New York in less than 2 hours with 489 hungry passengers on board is an enormous Airbus A380. And the lucky folk in first and business class are in for an Arabian extravaganza. The airline's signature starter, a mouth-watering Middle Eastern meze, mutabal, kibbeh, tabbouleh, and their world-famous hummus. And to make it, they smash through 500 million chickpeas every year.
Everybody loves it, all nationalities.
The only man for the job is Lebanese chef Saeed El Ilam, a real master of meze.
The main point that you need to make a dish which is authentic.
To make the ultimate hummus, Saeed cooks the chickpeas for 3 hours and blends.
This is what I'm looking for.
He then adds ice to preserve his precious puree, salt, tahini, olive oil, and lemon juice. A second blitzing gets it pipably smooth.
Beautiful.
Jumbo jets need jumbo-sized portions. To make meze en masse, the chefs here blend 650 pounds of hummus a day in these massive machines. The hummus is the pièce de résistance in this Middle Eastern masterpiece, with the essence of the Emirates in every bite. Cooking high-quality food in such high volume puts the chefs here under high pressure.
Just gonna do a final check before we cover it.
And Saeed won't compromise. Every plate has to meet both his and the airline's sky-high standard.
So we'll make sure that everything is perfect.
Anything less, and it's back to the chopping board.
So we're gonna change these dishes. It's a bit dirty from the sides. Let's clean these things.
With just minutes to spare, the loading team gets Saeed's mezes onto the Airbus bound for the Big Apple.
It's important to stay calm under pressure, and that pressure is something that we thrive on.
The chefs turn out 1.46 million plates of this Middle Eastern medley a year, enough to stretch from Boston to New York. It's up, and meze. And for business class, it's hummus o'clock.
The hummus was nice. For the amount of dishes they make every day, I think this is a very good standard.
Really nice, definitely in competition with those downtown in Dubai.
That's one giant of the sky airborne and fed. But for every plane that leaves, another one lands. Next on the tarmac is sold-out flight EK09 for London. With less than 2 hours till departure, the kitchen is about to get slammed.
We're under pressure because we need to make sure the food is ready on time so we don't have any flights delayed.
To feed the ravenous passengers, flight dispatcher Michael needs food.
There's so much to be loaded. If you can imagine catering a whole restaurant from scratch within 25, 30 minutes.
But Chief Chef James is busy elsewhere.
This is a big day. We're getting the final sign-off after 8 to 9 months of development work.
He's about to present 3 brand new dishes to airline bosses, with the hope they'll star on the new in-flight menu. They're a tough crowd.
We have some worries. Don't want too many changes.
At Dubai International Airport, flight EK09 for London has less than 2 hours to be filled with 1,500 dishes. Flight dispatcher Michael is in a race against time.
From the moment that aircraft pulls onto stand, we've got 105 minutes to get that aircraft cleaned, catered, fueled, and back ready and send it on its way to London.
While Michael watches the clock, head chef James should be overseeing the London flight's food, but he's tied up preparing 3 new dishes for sign-off that he hopes will end up on an all-new in-flight menu.
If there's a dramatic change, I think I'd quit.
The fate of James's brand new menu lies with the Emirates' big cheeses, and they're notoriously tough to please.
Hi, good to see you. You all right?
Will all James's hard work pay off? The decision lies with head honcho Stefan Lotz.
Color-wise, dish looks nice.
Sumptuous tomato and pine nut ravioli, delectable black cod with vegetables, and tempting Tunisian spiced lamb.
They're all perfect dishes. We tasted everything. I'm happy with all of them, so they're all approved from my side. So again, thanks very much.
Oh, wow.
Thank you. Thank you. Perfect.
They are all approved for takeoff.
That was very good. Well pleased. After 8 months of work, big team, they put a lot of work into this, and we got signed off just like that.
Quality control is key in this colossal kitchen, and it doesn't stop once a dish gets on the menu, which is refreshed every 3 months. Every day, specialists spot check 300 meals to ensure they're up to the high-flying diners' high standards.
Quality for us is #1.
And nowhere is it higher than in first class. And that's the turf of executive chef Mike Borsdorf. He's making sure the London flight gets gourmet grub to fly for.
In terms of the products we're using and also the food we are cooking, it has to be a highest standard.
Passengers on flight EK09 are being treated to the barbecued kingfish, crowned with a velouté sauce and sitting on a throne of walnut-studded barley. This really is the king of cloud-level cuisine. Emirates chefs will fry up over 2.1 million fish fillets this year. That's a lot of Nemos to find. First, Mike makes fresh stock for the sauce by boiling fish bones with vegetables, fresh herbs, and peppercorns.
Now it smells really good. We're using the bones of the kingfish, so the flavor is quite intense as well.
To pack a real gastro punch, Mike makes a knockout barbecue rub. He mixes a secret blend of spices with brown sugar, slicks the kingfish with oil, and gives it a spicy rub down.
Nicely coating the fish.
He grills the kingfish steaks a minute each side for that fresh off the barbecue flavor.
We have sugar in there. It's gonna get lightly caramelized.
For a deluxe velvety sauce, Mike cooks out flour and butter and adds the kingfish stock.
It should be slightly creamy.
Then it's in with some cream, that punchy spice rub, and lemon juice.
A little bit spicy enough from the cayenne. I think it's right.
Seasoning on plain food is vital, as high altitude reduces perceptions of sweet and salt by up to 1/3. It also affects the food's texture.
If the sauce is too thick and you reheat it on the aircraft, it will not look good. It will be basically too thick. If it's too thin, then it's gonna, after reheating, basically look like water on the plate. So you have to make sure consistency is right.
Covered in that royally rich velouté sauce, this delicious kingfish really is haute cuisine for high flyers. Mike & Co. produce around 38.5 million gold standard mains a year, enough to feed the whole of California. There's less than 90 minutes until EK09 takes off. Mike's kingfish must make the gold standard before it makes it to the flight.
Of course, we're under pressure because we need to make sure the food is ready on time. Our main goal is that we don't have any flights delayed.
But the heat just got turned right up. A senior team of taste testers arrive without notice to make a spot check. Mike's up for a grilling. Senior VP Duncan Davis is the man he has to impress today.
There's zero tolerance for mistakes with Emirates.
At Dubai Airport, ground staff are refueling flight EK09, ready for its 3,500-mile journey to London. But it's still missing one crucial element: food.
Today we're trying the barbecued kingfish.
The man preparing it is tied up with the taste testers. Chef Mike is hoping his kingfish makes the grade and impresses the big boss.
The barbecue rub is really very tasty. It's a combination of paprika and cayenne pepper, and it comes through very well. Nothing is overpowering. Everything goes together with it. Fish is well flavored.
The barley is cooked on the dot. Got a nice bite on it.
It's not too heavy. I think it's a perfect dish.
Everybody liked the dish. No negative comments, which is of course good.
It's thumbs up for the kingfish, and the team loaded up for flight EK09 to London.
Nice dish, as expected.
First class may be sorted, but with the plane leaving in just 90 minutes, this mega kitchen is in overdrive. There's also a rush on for the washing up. Over 2.5 million items of dirty crockery, cutlery, and serving equipment travel on the 8,500-foot monorail system to the in-house dishwashers every day. The carts may be ready, but there's still no dessert. Which means it's panic stations in the pastry kitchen. No one works harder than these bakers, who churn out over 1 million cookies, croissants, and muffins a week.
It's the busiest, no holds barred, full production, full on.
Masterminding this mass of pastries is a master baker. And with over 25 years experience under his belt, veteran chef Peter Booz is the go-to guy for all things sweet.
We have a couple of guys that are just doing cookies every day. They do around 20, 22,000 a day. The muffin team, they're doing 22 to 25,000 a day. They have to make sure everything's in place. It can get quite stressful.
For today's packed flight to London, the economy class dessert is chocolate raspberry cake. A cocoa-soaked sponge laced with creamy coconuts and a pop of raspberry. This is freshly baked bliss.
We're doing, on average, every day about 15,000 to 16,000 pieces. This batch here should make about 600 pieces.
Making cakes on this scale takes vast quantities of ingredients. And there's zero room for error.
Baking is a science. It has to be exactly the same weight every time.
We're adding vegetable oil first.
Next, it's in with 2 sacks of cake mix and ladle upon ladle of cocoa powder. Then, enough water to warrant its own plumbing.
It's a lot of water, yeah. But we're making a lot of cake.
Next up, 2 buckets of coconut.
Desiccated coconut and coconut milk powder.
Finally, it's in with the eggs.
We're adding 10 liters of liquid pasteurized egg. We go through 350 to 400 liters a day. You can't really crack that many eggs. About 10 minutes mixing, and that's all it needs.
They pour the batter into an automated dispenser, which fills up monster trays boasting 30 cake molds, 20 at a time. Raspberries top off each and every one of the 16,000 cakes a day. Then it's time to bake. This lip-smacking end to the meal is the cherry on top of the economy class cake. Well, the raspberry. This super sweet treat tickles a lot of taste buds. Every year, Peter's Kitchen bakes 5.5 million portions of cake, enough to feed the whole of Chicago twice over.
This rack here, we have 1,100 portions, and we do about 15 of these full trolleys every day.
1 rack of cakes down, 14 more to go.
It's exciting, it's a bit stressful, but I enjoy what I do. It's a new challenge every day.
Just as flight EK09 is ready to load, the team hit a glitch. Last-minute passenger upgrades mean tray setter Dean has to magic up more meals for the plane.
We've just got an increase free for 2 first-class meals. We need to make sure we get them tray sets. We've probably got around about 6 to 7 minutes to make that happen now.
We really need those trucks to arrive shortly. Time is of the essence, and we're losing minutes.
In Dubai, flight EK09 to London is waiting. There's just 1 hour to go for the ground team to stock it with carts carrying 500 3-course meals.
Cheers, Lindsay. Okay, ready to go?
Tray setter Dean has less than 10 minutes to magic up 2 first-class meal upgrades.
It's tight, but it happens.
Time to relax then, Dean?
We're always panicking.
First class is still minus dessert. Over in the supersized pastry kitchen, veteran chef Peter is breaking a sweat to turn out 100 plates of pastries in time.
We make it fresh. They're made as close to departure time as possible, so we can make, bake, and send it on the plates quickly.
This mouth-watering medley is the ultimate show-stopping finale to the first-class meal. Cherry crumble, chocolate ganache, and coconut cake all lead up to the star attraction, the Turkish baklava. A delicate pistachio-filled phyllo pastry, baklava is a tough treat to master on a small scale, let alone turning out 5,000 of them a day. It's a highly skilled job that Syrian Fadi Al-Zir has been doing for the last 20 years.
This involves quite a bit of skill, taking the dough and rolling it to paper-thin width.
Fadi dusts sheets of dough with corn flour and layers them up 10 times. Now this is where his pastry skills really come in, rolling all 10 layers paper-thin.
You can actually see through them. Yeah, they'll be so thin.
Next, Fadi cuts the pastry into identical squares and fills each one with sliced pistachios. Time for some Turkish origami. He skillfully folds every single one of the thousands of baklava by hand.
To complete one tray, 180 to 200 pieces, takes about an hour. Not everybody can do it. It's highly specialized.
They douse the titanic tray of Turkish delights in butter, bake, then lash with syrup.
That's perfect. That's destined for a A380 flight for sure.
The Turkish baklava is the final flourish on this quartet of delectable desserts. Every year, Peter and his team get through a mind-boggling 6.7 million pistachios for the baklava. They produce 250,000 first-class pastries a month, enough to stretch the length of the Golden Gate Bridge 10 times over. Now's the time for the mass meal mobilization. Workers arrange every last one of the 1,500 dishes onto trays, stack them into 140 empty carts, and load them onto 2 trucks bound for the waiting aircraft. With minutes to spare, the cakes make it onto the plane, which can finally head out to the runway. And from Dubai to the sky, the chef's Herculean efforts are soon going down a treat. First up is the first-class fish dish.
I thought maybe they had a chef actually on board because it's so fresh, it's such a delicious taste, and it's so beautifully presented.
Next, a little something to sweeten the deal.
The baklava was great. It was sticky, sweet, and gorgeous.
I reckon that's as good as you get on the streets of any Arab city in the Middle East.
And in economy, the food is also going down a storm.
Started with a prawn salad, which was delicious.
I had a mustard and chicken for the main meal, lovely vegetables, and for the dessert we had a chocolate and raspberry cake.
It was really chocolatey, really moist.
A nice cold raspberry filling in it, it's really nice.
With hundreds of smiles 5 miles high, Peter and the rest of the team reflect on a job well done.
It was pretty stressful at certain points, but it all came together. I can go home and relax and look at tomorrow like it's a new day.
Looking forward coming back tomorrow and then the same all over again.
But they can't kick back for long.
Clock's always ticking, even when I'm not here.
In San Antonio, Big Lou's Burger and Pizza restaurant proves everything in Texas really is bigger.
It's just like eating an elephant.
Cooking up big fast food for big crowds.
Probably have right now about 100 to 200 people in line.
1,000 pizzas a day fly out the door here.
We can get through about 100 plus pizzas in a good hour.
We meet the team serving giant food to more than 3,000 customers a night.
How do I keep my calm? This is calm.
In one of the world's biggest kitchens. In San Antonio, Texas, just a few miles from the Alamo, is the biggest and busiest pizza restaurant in America.
Need 5 miles, please, 5 miles.
Pep lasagna. Somebody getting the pep lasagna?
Big Lou's is super king-sized fast food with a massive menu to match. They serve up brontosaurus-sized burgers, super-sized lasagnas, and palace-sized pizzas.
Well, we come down here once a week, once every other week.
Unfortunately, it's hard to come for lunch because if we eat too much, we won't get no work done.
This 1,000-seat restaurant battles to feed nearly 1.5 million people a year.
This is my margarita for 2. Expecting a busy night, so it's turned into a margarita for 1. Come on, baby. This isn't amateur night.
To keep up with surging demand, Brian has an army of more than 100 fast-moving staff.
We can get through about 100 plus pizzas in a good hour.
4 industrial-sized ovens and equipment made especially for gargantuan food all help.
It is something that has taken us years to design, years to perfect, has cost us thousands of dollars.
Along with one very large cup.
Mr. Chambers here, who is one of San Antonio's finest here. Helps us keep some law and order here.
It wasn't that long ago that Big Lou's was just a pizza shack. With a personal loan from his parents, Brian opened in 2000.
They thought I was insane. They're like, you don't even know how to cook, and they were right, but I guaranteed them that I could learn.
Since the millennium, Brian's business has grown. And so has his burgers. The behemoth Big Lou burger is 12 pounds of pure Angus beef with 17 slices of cheese in a 3-pound bun. More than 150,000 slices of cheddar cheese top Big Lou burgers a year.
Because a lot of people are scared to take it on.
It's down to Brian's right-hand man, Will, to tackle this bull by the horns.
We like to put them in the half-pound patty form and season them as we go. That way you get the same flavor profile off of each bite as you would for a regular hamburger.
They add eggs to bind it together. Then it's time to beat the meat.
We usually let Willie do this as a young man, you know, young man and his meat.
You gotta care about your meat. You can see how thick this burger is. It's important we don't have any cracks or seams. You got me some room, babe?
Once flattened to a 2-foot pan, the Big Lou burger is cooked up.
The guys in the kitchen hate to see what we call the big bird come in because it takes up about half of the grill. This is our version of the hamburger bun. This is probably about 15 regular hamburgers all in one. There you see here, it kind of blocks me completely out. That's a big bun.
After 8 minutes on the grill, they add 1.5 pounds of cheddar cheese, a pound of jalapeno peppers, and a few handfuls of lettuce and tomato.
The funeral home across the street has tripled their business since we opened. This is just an absolute monster burger.
Boasting 25,000 calories, the Big Lou burger also comes with a warning.
The record is 5 skinny kids that came from high school. They didn't finish the sides, but they did finish the burger. We've never seen those guys again. I hope they're okay.
The Big Lou burger. Nobody's gonna say, "Where's the beef?" This behemoth could topple Paul Bunyan. Big Lou's cooks up 10,000 big burgers a year. That's the same weight as 350,000 Big Macs.
All right, guys, big burger coming through. Oh my God. There you go. I got it. Guys, you enjoy. Please let us know if we can get you anything else, okay?
There's nowhere else where you can get a burger like this.
We're gonna have one heck of a try finishing this burger up. We're gonna give it our best shot.
Let's get breakfast for today's burger.
I think you could feed 20 people off of this thing.
I may be good for one more slice.
As the lunchtime rush reaches its peak,
I need a pep lasagna, please. Pep lasagna, please.
Brian and his team will need to keep their guard up. They're about to get hit by some very demanding customers.
I am hangry, which means I am hungry and angry at the same time.
How do I keep my calm? This is calm.
San Antonio, Texas. It's the lunchtime rush at Big Lou's, and big lines are already forming.
They're hitting us hard. We've got to bring our A game here every night, baby. You got to keep up with the pace.
Only several hours into the day, and the kitchen has already fed a staggering number of customers.
We as a crew have done at least about 800 plus pizzas.
To keep up with demand, Brian has perfected a military-style operation.
Hey, Will, got to make sure everything's good to go for tonight. What it really boils down to is we have about 4 restaurants all wrapped up in one location, and I see my crew working their tail off.
Creating food on a massive scale requires a constant stream of huge deliveries. 2 million pounds of ingredients a year.
This huge delivery of cheese will last 2 days. We go through a lot of food.
Big Lou's doesn't just serve burgers and pizzas. For those who love pasta, they serve up 1,000 dishes every night. It's down to Brian's niece Valerie to serve up their biggest pasta dish.
Everything in Texas is bigger. Bigger is better.
The Big Lou Cheese Lasagna, Texas style. 12 layers of pasta pleasure glued together with cheese and a secret sauce. Customers at Big Lou's down 5,000 crates of pasta a year.
This is our secret family recipe, but I can't show it to you because it is a secret.
But what we can reveal is that Valerie starts by mixing buckets of cottage cheese with giant tubs of ricotta cheese.
This is why I don't have to go to the gym.
After a bit of stirring, more cheese.
So now I've got my Romano cheese.
Along with, take a guess.
We also put in 20 cups of the 5-blend cheese. It's 5 different kinds of cheeses. And this we use a lot of.
She combines the cheese with 30 large eggs, black pepper, salt, and parsley. Then adds it to the cheese mix.
Gotta stir it up really well. Almost all of our sauces are actually very labor intensive.
Now it's time to build the Big Lou cheese lasagna.
We're gonna take our secret homemade sauce right here and we're gonna coat the bottom of the pan. What we're gonna do is we're gonna get our lasagna, we're gonna get it to fit in here best as we can.
Valerie adds generous heaps of cheese filling between each layer of pasta.
It's almost like laying a wood floor. Sauce, spread it all over, kind of paint it on there. So that way you get the sauce in all the little crevices. That way that flavor kind of just sinks on in.
4 layers of pasta, sauce, and cheese. Topped out with
4 cups of our 5-blend cheese. So that way you got a nice cheesy topping. It's gonna look beautiful when it comes out.
Into the oven for 45 minutes to bake till brown.
I've learned one thing, if you're counting calories, it's not going to taste good.
The Big Lou lasagna, pure cheese satisfaction. Big Lou serves up more than 55,000 portions of lasagna a year. Over 15 years, that's enough to fill a 747.
The lasagna is very good. It tastes very homemade. And it tastes like something that you would take all day to prepare. The sauce is delicious.
As the lunch rush gives way to the dinner rush, Brian faces up to tonight's big challenge.
We got a huge, huge pizza that's coming out tonight. It's going to be for the Alamo City Roller Girls.
Coming straight from a tough game, these girls are not to be messed with.
We only have one table we can even put that pizza on because it's so huge. We're actually just praying to God that that table won't have any customers on it by the time these girls hit. Because if they hit and they have nowhere to sit, it could prove disastrous.
At Big Lou's in San Antonio, Texas, the dinner rush has kicked in. The volume of orders has doubled.
I need a dozen mile, please, dozen mile.
To make tonight even more of a challenge, Brian's team has an order in for their biggest pizza.
We're actually making it for a special group of young ladies, the Alamo City Roller Derby team. And believe me, you do not want to get on their bad side.
Making the Roller Girls' 62-inch pizza even bigger will be its monstrous topping, Big Lou's legendary barbecue brisket.
We're using 100% Angus brisket. It's top of the line. It's 100% fresh.
Its brisket flavors have been charring to perfection for 15 hours. Now it's ready for the roller girls.
It's beautiful. That's just the way we want to see it. That's how we do brisket in Texas. We're going to go ahead and cut these into little cubes. Okay, Will, can you go ahead and get that to the oven ASAP? We need to get that for the 62.
Out in the restaurant, the roller girl rushes on. These girls aren't just hungry.
I am hangry, which means I am hungry and angry at the same time. Because I'm so hungry, I'm angry, and I'm angry makes me hungry.
Brian has a special way of dealing with customers who are really hangry.
What we are about to embark on is considered a culinary monstrosity.
The Big Lou 62. 5 feet wide, this is the biggest pizza in Texas. Every year, Big Lou's ovens cook just over 1 million pizzas. Stacked on top of each other, that's a stratospheric pile of pizzas.
Everybody loves the 62. They want to see the 62. They're here for the 62. People have fought in the parking lot over the 62-inch pizza. It's ridiculous.
Making a pizza so huge stops the kitchen cold, and Brian and his team are under the gun.
Clara, what time are these girls coming in? Some of them are just getting here? We haven't even begun.
Everything about the 62 is supersized, starting with the 20-pound dough base.
I'm really upset that our pizza's not here yet.
I'm very, very hungry. You might want to stand back.
If they don't start bringing our pizzas out soon, we're gonna have to go for the owner.
Ready to sauce it up. Let's do it, baby.
All right, it's time to get spicy here, guys. This is a homemade barbecue sauce. Say this Pop's recipe, right?
Pop's recipe.
It takes more than a gallon of sauce to cover the 62.
Now one of the most important ingredients.
Along with 10 pounds of cheese. Every month, the customers consume 2,400 cases of this mozzarella cheese.
Pizza, 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 pizza.
They've still got to top the pizza out with brisket. But it's not going to plan.
Willie's gonna be ready to go with that brisket, right?
Let me try and call.
Come on, man. This is really bad timing.
There we go. There we go. I'm trying.
Dude, what the man?
Dude,
Where
there's
you been?
that, man. Where you been?
Stuck in the bathroom. These girls are not in a good mood. I'm about ready to send your out there to go talk to them since you're the one that was running late.
They layered 10 pounds of brisket on top. And for the first time in Big Lou's history, Brian reveals the secret of how they cook the 62.
We cut it because they do not have an oven with a big enough chamber to fit the pizza in.
Come on, guys, hurry up. We gotta get this in the oven. These ladies have been waiting long enough. Believe me, they're not in a good mood. Thanks to Willie, we're way behind.
It takes 6 minutes at 450 degrees to cook the pizza.
Oh, God, man, look at that.
Voila.
Last task, stitch the 62 back together. Then cut it into 32 slices.
Come on, guys, let's go.
The 62-inch behemoth Big Lou Barbecue Brisket Pizza, weighing in at 40 pounds.
Let's go, guys, come on, let's go.
Excuse me, folks, big pizza coming through.
Come on, guys, big pizza coming through.
Pizza, 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 pizza.
In San Antonio, Texas, the dinner rush at Big Lou's is at full tilt, and making their 62-inch pizza has pushed the staff to the brink. The team of roller derby girls are tired of waiting for dinner.
Folks, big pizza coming through.
Come on, guys, big pizza coming through.
It's not big enough! Big enough! What took so long?
Sorry. It took so long because of him.
Big Lou, cutting!
Please, enjoy. Thank you.
Can girls will be able to defeat the pizza.
He is absolutely incredible. I am not a big fan of barbecue anything on pizza, but this is incredible.
It's not what I expected, it's better. It's really, really good.
This pizza's delicious. Definitely worth the wait. We pretty much demolished it in about 5 minutes.
I have to say, after seeing the hangry mood that they were in, I'm not quite shocked that they actually knocked it out of the park.
To see that they actually polished off that big 62-inch brisket pizza, wow, that's amazing. I couldn't believe it.
The dinner rush may be dying down, but for those Big Lou customers who have not gorged themselves full, there is the ginormous Big Lou cinnamon bread for dessert. Sweet dough, baked to perfection, topped with cinnamon and sugar, and hot frosting on the side.
Definitely one of our more popular desserts that we have here.
Baking chefs roll out a pound of dough to the size of a small pizza. Score it, and then bake it for 6 minutes before topping with, no, not cheese.
We use a butter sauce that has just a nice butter flavor. And then we sprinkle cinnamon sugar all over it and serve it with a side of frosting.
The Big Lou cinnamon bread. Welcome to Sweet Dough Paradise. Big Lou sells 6,500 cinnamon breads a year. Over 15 years, they've made enough to span the Grand Canyon.
I've been to this place a couple of times, and all the food I've eaten here has been really good.
Remarkably light. Yeah, surprisingly light.
After 10 hours and nearly 5,000 orders, including 2,000 pizzas and 1,000 burgers, Big Lou's big night is over.
The food here is really, really good. We've been coming here for years.
What's really good here is the atmosphere, the food is fantastic, and the staff is awesome.
In San Antonio, Big Lou's is probably the only place where you can come and get lasagna, pizza, wings. The taste is a lot better. It's homemade, more homemade than a lot of other places.
It's a great place to eat. Everybody's always very friendly, and I'm always very impressed with that.
It was a brilliant night. I am actually starting to just almost like power down. Just getting ready for the next go around tomorrow. Hey, every day to me is a new day. Every day, hey, we still got to prove ourselves all over again.
Just an example of your average Saturday night with all the chaos and confusion, the amount of food that's flying out of this kitchen. This isn't a task that just any restaurant can tackle.
It's just what we do. So it's just amazing, and I love doing it.
In Manchester, England.
Boss. Come on, darling.
The heat is on for one of the world's most renowned curry houses. This king-size kitchen cooks up 720,000 curries and 32,000 pounds of rice every year.
From lamb chops to halim, we got it all here.
This is spicy cuisine on a super-sized scale.
Jagir, can you go and check main course outside? Asim, can you check the lamb chops as well? Are they ready or not?
On their busiest day of the year,
Come on, Mama, hurry up.
we meet the faces.
A lot of chilies.
And the food.
It's absolutely delicious, completely wonderful.
Behind one of the world's biggest kitchens. Manchester, England. Home to the most famous football club in the world, Manchester United. And the country's most loved dish? Curry.
It was absolutely amazing.
The average person in this city spends $48,000 on curry in their lifetime. and this is the biggest curry house in town.
You haven't had a curry until you have tried our curry.
Welcome to the huge Royal Nawab.
This is where all the magic happens.
The Royal Nawab is a lavish, two-story, 420-seat Indian restaurant fed by 4 huge kitchens. Housed in a 1930s Art Deco cinema, it boasts a giant 45-foot-long buffet with more than 140 exotic dishes cooked right in front of you.
It's delicious.
This is curry lovers' heaven on a massive scale.
We cook in a mass production in a large quantity, but I don't, compromise on quality.
Owner Mahboob Hussain is king of this curry castle.
Every chef is prepared to do whatever is need doing quick. This is what the kitchen is designed for. The end product has to be good.
Mahboob Hussain converted this Art Deco cinema into the Royal Nawab in 2002. 13 years on, Mahboob's restaurant has become Manchester's favorite curry castle. It takes 10 ovens, 35 burners, and 8 walk-in fridge freezers to keep these big kitchens running. People can't get enough of the huge choice of curries, from keema mutton to chicken tikka masala. But nothing compares to the restaurant's signature appetizer, the Sikh kebab, a modern spin on the traditional Middle Eastern kebab. Tender, succulent pieces of barbecued lamb infused with exotic spices.
I've had kebabs all over the world. There's very few kebabs that'll be looking like this.
Mahboob's son, Mohammed Wakas, is the custodian of the restaurant's very own kebab recipe.
It is a very, very famous dish, and especially in Britain as well, because everybody here loves their kebabs after going on a night out, right?
And this restaurant's version is huge.
This will serve about 300 people. We mix 2 types of lamb mince in this. One is a bit thicker than the others. This will keep our kebabs nice and juicy.
It takes more than chopped onions to season this monster mix.
I'm just gonna put this all in. Fresh paste of garlic, ginger paste, clove powder, cinnamon powder, cumin seeds, finely crushed coriander, crushed chili, salt.
And a secret ingredient.
So I'm not gonna say what this is, but it's very, very good spices, so I'm just gonna put this in.
Mohammed also adds fresh cilantro and chili.
It's time to turn on the big boy over here.
Cooking this mix requires a feat of engineering on an industrial scale. Special pumps channel a continuous stream of lamb onto a skewer.
Make the pattern on it with our hands like that. This is like one of the best inventions after electricity, I would say.
A custom-built conveyor belt then char grills the skewers on an epic scale.
It can produce about 50 portions at one time. 2,000 or 3,000 kebabs an hour. It's a lot of kebabs. When it's moving, it cooks it all around so we can control the speed of how fast these are rolling on it. If I don't have this machine, my men and I will be sweating here all day long, and still we won't get as much work done as this machine.
The result? Seriously succulent lamb infused with aromatic spices and char grilled to perfection.
The lamb sikh kebab, it was really good. I really enjoyed it.
Guests munch their way through 280,000 kebabs a year. End to end, that's a kebab on a skewer 35 miles long. 1 p.m., the lunchtime rush is in full swing.
It's going to be a busy, busy day. We're all going to keep rolling today.
But later today, the 420-seat restaurant will be packed to bursting point, hosting 2 huge banquets upstairs.
Make sure it's all spotless, please, eh? What's happening there?
We're setting up for the chocolate fountain.
The team will have to deliver curry in a hurry.
This is the calm before the storm.
In Manchester, the team at the iconic Royal Nawab is in full swing on its busiest day of the year.
Come on, hurry up! Quickly.
The buffet will be maxed all day and all night, and 2 huge banquets upstairs will push the kitchens to the limit.
You have to quick, please.
2 p.m. The first banquet is about to begin.
I don't want to be embarrassed when the customer walks in and the hall is not ready, okay? I'd rush now, everybody's trying to get things sorted out.
Meanwhile, downstairs, 420 guests are feasting in the restaurant.
Today we have a lot more customers than we normally do. It's organized chaos, so to speak.
Assad Malik, the owner's son-in-law, is responsible for the thousands of guests that will cross the monumental 4,000 square foot foyer.
We have such a high turnover of people walking through these doors. It's important we have an area where they're comfortable and are entertained.
2:30 p.m. The first banquet is on.
Jangir, can you go and check main course outside? Put them in the machine, please, quickly.
The kitchen staff brace themselves.
We're fully stocked in the kitchens and in our storerooms and stock rooms.
Owner Mahbub Hussain briefs the banquet service team.
So I'm proud of you all today, okay?
Make sure the customers have everything they want. Make sure there's nothing missed on the tables. We all work together.
And they're off to the banquet.
Fast, fast, fast. So come on, serve them quick, please. Come on, darling.
Sumptuous, steamy roast chicken, fish, and spicy chips roll out as appetizers to the first banquet's 320 diners.
They've done the starter for nearly 400 people in 7 minutes. You're slow. What's up with you? Hurry up because people are waiting.
The Royal Nawab's famous main course curry, chicken karai, is always a hit. This super hot chicken dish is not for the faint-hearted. For spice addicts, it's a dream come true.
This is the best Pakistani chicken dish that you can have for your main course. It's not very popular with English people because they prefer their sauce and gravy with their meat, whereas we prefer it nice and dry. It needs to be hot if it needs to be curry.
The dish gets its name from the giant pan it's cooked in, the karai. It cooks super-sized batches at super fast speed.
It has a uniform heat to it. The things cook in it as fast as you want it to, and it gives a very, very nice taste and flavor to the things.
Fried onions and garlic and ginger paste kickstart the eye-watering taste bud tang of this dish. It's after the tomatoes and chicken that things really start to heat up.
We have 3 types of chilies that go in it. There's a crushed chili, there's a red powdered chili, and black pepper. Turmeric and salt goes in next. Crushed coriander. This is like the magic spice. Some yogurt. It starts looking like chicken karai now.
And obviously more chilies for garnish.
I just love the smell of it. I'm already feeling hungry again.
The result? A chicken dish that's almost too hot to handle. But it wins over new fans in the buffet every day.
I've never had it before. I'm now a new dedicated person to the karahi chicken.
3:30 p.m. The kitchen is maxed out, providing mountains of food for banquet and buffet.
We have tons of people coming through the door, and we have tons of food going out the kitchen.
And every curry needs naan bread to go with it. An unending supply of yeast and flour mix is turned into delectable dough balls. Over 1,000 fluffy naans roll out every day.
We got this machine, which is very efficient.
A gigantic turntable toaster can churn out 400 pieces of this beautiful bread every hour.
And we can cook the naan all day.
Guests here consume 550,000 naans a year. That's enough to build a naan tower 3 miles high. 4 p.m. The lunchtime banquet and the buffet guests are well fed.
Once these people leave, my staff will get on with it, get everything clean, tidy up, set you up for the next function. So it'll be a rush.
Time for a stock check.
Check the top off for the main course, please. Lamb chops as well. Hurry up. Jaldi karo, jaldi.
They're pretty much devoured all of our stock today.
It's not looking good. The Royal Nawab has just about run out of its basic food supplies. And this evening's onslaught hasn't even begun.
Lunch in the two events were very, very busy, but tonight we're expecting twice as many people to come in. I hope we can keep up with it.
Owner Mahbub can take no chances. He must make an emergency run to stock up on crucial ingredients.
We want to stay one step ahead on everything because we'll be very busy tonight.
Manchester, England, 4:30 p.m. The Royal Nawab revs up for a killer night ahead.
We need some more lamb chops without a chicken tikka masala.
The buffet is still pumping, but in a few hours' time, it will be bursting at the seams. Upstairs, the second banquet is about to begin. Owner Mahbub Hussain is on an emergency food run. To his supersized supplier, Tanweer Ahmed.
How's business?
Crazy busy, crazy busy. That's why I come to see you.
Vast quantities of ingredients are shipped to this huge warehouse from all over the world.
Some gram flour?
How many bags?
About 8 bags of gram flour. Non-flours?
Yeah, non-flour.
10 bags extra, yeah? We need a lot of spices, you know.
Indian.
That looks clean. Pallet of this, you know.
Yeah,
so...
I'll save you about 200 bags of that.
Hopefully, these extra supplies will keep the curries coming tonight.
Thank you very much. Please get me these as soon as possible.
We'll get it loading and we'll be there in 2 hours.
7 p.m. and Manchester City is rocking. Over 700 people arrive at the Royal Nawab to feast.
In next 20 minutes, the whole place is gonna be full.
And there will be more. Floor manager Mo Ismelji is relying on the restaurant's pager system to prevent total chaos.
This is the customer pager. When a customer walks in and he orders a table, we give him this, we call this pager in, and the pager starts blinking. So this tells the customer that the table is ready and they can be served.
There's one job in this spice heaven that will never end tonight.
Not all of us like to do this kind of job. For me, like, I like to do chopping anyway.
Trainee chef Zohib Siddiqui preps Mahbub's new bulk supply of hot green chilies. A garnish crucial to just about every curry in the house.
It is a tough job. You can't touch anything, you can't touch your eyes, you can't strike anywhere. You have to be careful with a knife that's quite sharp. If you touch your fingers, it'll rip you off. We cook about 12 pounds every single day. That's a lot of chilies.
That's 39,000 chilies that need chopping up every year. Ow! 8 p.m. The guests are spoilt for choice with the aromatic array of South Asian delights. Samosas, pilau rice, spicy lamb. But there's one bowl that everybody goes back to again and again.
The chicken tikka masala, we have a lot of British customers and this stock is all for them for tonight. We go through tons and tons of this each and every night.
English people, they're crazy for chicken tikka.
Head chef Asif Qureshi knows how to make a curry in a hurry.
Those people that don't like too spicy, they go for this one, yeah.
Chicken tikka masala, voted Britain's second favorite national food. This combo curry of fresh chicken pieces, tomato sauce, and cool creamy yogurt is a South Asian sensation for the less spicier palate. A cool yogurt marinade tempers the aromatic blend of exotic spices.
Then we will marinate the chicken. Now we are mixing slowly. Yeah. Slowly, and then it will be mixed nicely. We are going to cook now.
Even more yogurt tempers the onion and tomato masala sauce.
Now chicken tikka we add into the sauce.
Final touch, a big bowl full of cool cream.
Oh, it's nice smell, you know, it's really is very good. I love chicken tikka masala. It's really very creamy, it's very nice.
Chicken tikka masala go.
Another 3 gallons of the creamy, aromatic delight.
This has been a really lovely and unique tikka masala. It's one of the best that I've had.
Guests munch their way through 80,000 servings of chicken tikka masala every year. The bountiful buffet is so good, no one wants to leave.
The lobby is jam-packed.
We got the restaurant is full. These people which you can see, they're waiting for their tables.
It's gridlock.
There are close to 300 people waiting for a table.
The Royal Nawab is about to explode. The Royal Nawab in Manchester battles through its busiest night of the year.
Quick, Charlie, quick. The customer is angry, quickly. Come on, hurry up.
As 420 buffet guests finish their main course, the sugar rush is set to kick in. At the Royal Nawab, the dessert tray is epic. 30 scintillating sensations. But it's the Nawab's signature sweet dish that is always on every table. Gaja Halwa, an unusual orange oasis of delight, on the menu since the restaurant opened.
This is a very, very popular dish in India, Pakistan. It's my favorite and also it's my customer's favorite. People love to have this and we go through with tons of it.
Not all the guests know its main ingredient.
I have no idea what the key ingredient is, really. It's not something I've ever had before, so I'm really interested to know.
Carrots. Lots of them.
I could never have guessed that carrots were the main ingredient.
The Royal Nawab has a secret weapon. A giant industrial grater that chews up the 6,000 carrots needed every week to make this dish.
Without machine, you can't do 20, 30 ton a year.
22 pounds of sugar and 10 pints of milk transform massive batches of carrots into dessert.
It's quite heavy now for chef to just mix it. And then we'll let it cook for good 1.5 hours, 2 hours, until this carrots get very tender and sugar is caramelized.
Clarified butter and powdered milk concentrate the flavor into a crunchy delight.
It's quite simple. It's not a complicated dish, but it's fantastic.
Garnished with pistachio and almonds, this finale dish is always a winner.
Kind of a unique dish. I don't know why I haven't ever tried it or experienced it.
It's absolutely delicious, completely wonderful,
but it was absolutely amazing.
Guests consume 300,000 servings of Gaja Halwa every year. 11 p.m., the busiest day of the year, comes to an end.
Thank you very much for waiting for your table. You know, every customer that I spoke to, in spite of waiting for a table, when they had the food, they all went down saying, thank you very much, and you guys are doing a wonderful job.
Over 2,000 kebabs cooked, 1,000 naans baked, and hundreds of gallons of curries served.
We actually feel proud that we've done something at the end of the day. It's always like smiles and cheers at the end of the day.
I've never been here before. It's the first time. And I'll definitely be coming back. It's absolutely superb. It's just lovely.
I'm looking a winner.
Only 2,000 plates and 9,000 pieces of cutlery to wash up, and the team can relax. Ready to do it all over again tomorrow.
How are the kids? The kids are okay, yeah? It's like this is my big family. I look after them as if I look after my family.
People just enjoyed it and they're very pleased. They're cheering, laughing. They're leaving now. So I'm happy that I have spread the happiness to my customers.
On this episode of Big Kitchens, temperatures are rising at the biggest chili restaurant in Albuquerque, New Mexico. This king-sized kitchen cooks up more than 3,000 chili dishes a night.
It's all about the chilies.
This is New Mexican food, Super Grande style.
Every time we come to El Pinto, it's fantastic.
On one of the busiest nights of the year,
The orders will be coming through here. There'll be about 3,000 of these tickets tonight. High five.
we meet the faces
Delicious.
and food.
We got to make sure every plate is the highest quality.
Every night is like the busiest night of our life.
Behind one of the world's biggest kitchens. Albuquerque, New Mexico. Home to the most popular chili restaurant in America, El Pinto.
On a busy night, it's like going into a battlefield.
Feeding up to 20,000 customers a week, this joint does Mexican cuisine on a massive scale. From spicy red chili ribs to green chili enchiladas, this is some of the hottest food in the U.S. El Pinto is owned by twin brothers John and Jim Thomas. They live, breathe, and eat chilies.
We're in the chili capital of the world, and we've grown to this size because the customers enjoy our food so much.
Been eating this for 25 years, and every time I come here, this is what I get.
El Pinto was opened in 1962 by the Thomas family, with 10 tables serving their grandmother's recipes. It was an instant hit. Today, it seats more than 1,000 customers and feeds 250,000 people a year, including celebrities and presidents.
El Pinto makes me feel like I'm at home, like, you know, just like at my grandmother's.
How you guys doing? Doing good.
El Pinto's kitchen is 5,000 square feet of giant grills, oversized ovens, and king-sized cauldrons of food. A kitchen staff of 100 cooks 1 ton of food a night. But the real key to keeping this monster Mexican running smoothly is a constant supply of fresh chilies. 5 million a year.
The chili is the most important part. We hand pick it, we hand peel it, we treat it like it's the most important part of the meal.
Jim and John grow chilies on a 100-acre farm nearby. It feeds their kitchen with 100 gallons of red and green chili sauce a day, serving more than 3,000 dishes a night. Roasting the chilies to bring out their flavors never stops for Jim.
You can smell that aroma. Oh, nothing better. Ho, 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 I feel like Santa Claus here. Got some fresh green chili. This is a typical roaster that you'll see throughout New Mexico during the roasting season. This is the best way to roast chili. It comes out, just caramelizes it and brings out the flavor of the roasting. Here we go. We want to make sure all these are burning real hot. The hotter, the better.
The iron chili roaster is heated using blue flames and can reach temperatures up to 2,500 degrees.
Here it's really roasting good now. It's looking good. This is what sets us apart from our competitors. We do it the old traditional way of roasting and peeling by hand. It's just an amazing smell. It brings the people in by hordes.
To make the perfect chili sauce, Jim first fries up onions with garlic. In with his chilies, fresh tomato sauce, and a touch of salt.
We have customers getting ready to line up out the door. This takes a lot of preparation to do a real good chili. It all takes time.
The perfect chili to accompany El Pinto's most famous dish? The green chili chicken enchilada is really the whole enchilada. 3 layers of shredded chicken, cheese, and piles of hot green chili. All stacked between fresh-baked corn tortillas. El Pinto goes through 10,000 tortillas a night.
It's love, passion, and chilies here at El Pinto.
Preparing the enchiladas is down to Brother John.
We add the green chili onto here. We add the chicken, some more green chili,
Now we have two types of green chili here. We have a hot and a mild. This one is actually the hot. I prefer hot. Cheese, not too much cheese. That's not a pizza. We add some more chili.
3 more layers of chili, chicken, and cheese top the dish. The green chili chicken enchilada is a masterclass in New Mexican cuisine. Every year, they serve 350,000 of them. Since El Pinto opened, it has made enough enchiladas to stretch across America.
I love it. It's fantastic. Every time I come here, I order it.
You know, I've always been a fan of El Pinto. Always great food, great atmosphere. And I love their enchiladas. They're great. Good.
It's lunchtime now, but Jim and John are already gearing up for a huge challenge tonight. It's Saturday, their busiest night of the week, and they're organizing a giant pig roast for a big party of guests.
Wow.
The oven is sizzling.
I guess it's pretty hot. It burned my probe. Oh my God.
We got 200 customers coming, and if we don't have this pig ready, that's it. So.
In New Mexico, the biggest chili restaurant in the world is gearing up for Saturday night, the busiest night of the week.
We got the A-team on, and they're just kicking ass.
Tonight, Jim's team must cook more than 1 ton of delicious New Mexican food, including a 150-pound dressed pig that they'll roast in an ancient Native American oven. Always risky.
It burned my probe.
Cooking this beast is down to executive chef Patrick Hancock.
Everybody wants to see it. The whole goal with the pig is to have the pig be the star for the evening.
Patrick's reputation for roasting pigs to perfection adds to El Pinto's popularity. He seasons the meat generously with salt and pepper and 4 dozen cloves of garlic.
This will flavor the internal part of the meat a little bit. So I'm just going to give it a little bit of a rub, make it feel like it's appreciated a little bit. I don't know if you would call this the glamour job in the kitchen, but like they said, somebody's got to do it. Might as well be me, huh?
Watch the edge, watch the edge.
Just use your foot.
Outside, it's crucial Patrick gets the oven temperature just right to make sure the giant pig roast is cooked on time. But there's a big problem. Again.
Check it out. It burned it right off. Yeah.
It burnt the thermometer right off.
You don't even know what the temperature of the pig is. That's not good.
Actually, not 1, but 2 tempered probes that just failed on us. And now there's no way really checking out the temperature of the pig.
Guesstimating the cooking time for 5 hours, Patrick will have a lot to juggle, as he is also in charge of cooking up El Pinto's signature dish. Succulent pork ribs smothered in fresh red chilies. El Pinto extracts 500 buckets of marinade from their chilies a year. First task, sear the ribs.
The whole intent is just to impart some flavor. It's kind of a smoky aftertaste when they're cooked.
Then cut them in half. And with all pigs having 12 ribs,
I count over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I cut them in half. I'm going to lightly season them with salt and pepper in a granulated garlic mixture.
The final step before cooking is what makes the chili ribs famous.
So what we have here is we have the actual marinade. This is definitely the secret to the success of these ribs.
Patrick smothers the ribs in homemade red chili marinade. El Pinto has a factory on site that houses their secret weapon, a patented machine that can extract skin and seeds from the chilies. 60 pounds in 60 seconds flat.
The temperature of the oven is about 250 degrees. These will be cooked for about 6 hours.
El Pinto sells 25,000 plates of red chili ribs every year. That's 40,000 pounds of pork. The finished dish is a sensory overload of chili spice explosion in the mouth.
I like when I ate them, it just fell off the bone. It was really easy to eat.
El Pinto has it down. Yeah, they're the best in Albuquerque, obviously, and probably in the Southwest. Our favorite spot, once a week.
Making sure El Pinto matches quantity with quality has taken years to get right.
We have 15 terminals here throughout the restaurant where waiters are constantly putting orders in every minute. The orders will be coming through here. There'll be about 3,000 of these tickets tonight. Everything's got to run just like a machine. It's got to run like a clock. So it's all about communication between the front of the house, the back of the house, and we have a massive house.
As the lunch rush heats up, so does the demand for the green chili sauce.
Let me grab my green chili sauce here. Uh-oh.
With more enchiladas being sold than expected, Jim now needs to make a fresh batch of green chili sauce from scratch, ASAP.
I don't want to say balls to walls, but I'll tell you, it's going to be balls to walls. It's going to be tough tonight.
In Albuquerque, New Mexico, the lunchtime rush at El Pinto is in full swing. The massive kitchen is racing to keep up with the demand for green chili sauce.
It's not only picked by hand, but it's also peeled by hand. As you can see, it's a very laborious job. No shortcuts when it comes to making home cooking like this. We hand peel close to 200 pounds per day. We're getting working quick to get this chili made up. Come on, girls, we gotta get this done. Ándale, ándale, por favor, ándale.
The skins, along with all the other food waste, goes to feed El Pinto's most unusual customers.
Welcome to El Pinto's worm farm. Each barrel has about 15,000 worms, and it will metabolize full body weight every 24 hours. And these worms are hungry. We got to keep them fed. This is our kitchen scraps, and from here it gets fed to the worms. And then from there it gets fed to the chili plants. And then from there the customers are enjoying our most wonderful red and green chili.
With the nutrients deposited back into the soil, they collect any waste liquid in barrels to fertilize next season's crops.
They call this liquid gold in the industry. Ah, Mother Nature is in the palms of my hand.
But it's back to work. 2 p.m. The kitchen is working flat out to keep pace with 500 orders an hour.
It's always busy. You just got to stay on top of it. There's no time to think about anything else.
There's a lot of action here. All you've seen is shoulders and elbows, and everyone's just focused on getting it done.
Yeah, you guys, I need that Pinto One chicken fingers.
The people that are working on a busy night have to focus on what they're doing, and they got to be right on their game. They work as a team. Quite a machine here at El Pinto. We call it the Machina.
As the lunch rush gives way to the evening event,
what a team!
The staff are given a last-minute pep talk.
We got to be on top of our game tonight like we always are. Good luck, everyone.
Let's do it.
Come on, high five, everyone.
The moment has finally arrived to serve up the super-sized pig roast.
Is the pig ready? They're coming in. There's over 200 people out there waiting.
Yeah, it's ready. This thing's been in here now for 6 hours. Wow. Be careful. You want me help?
So we're going to go down slowly.
No drinking and driving, though. Watch it, watch it.
We got to go this way.
Okay.
Okay.
You all right?
Yeah.
Who hurt your back, dude? You've been pumping iron, dude.
This is hot.
It's looking good. Smells good, huh? You put enough garlic in there, right, Pat?
The customers can't wait to dig in.
Hey, John. There's 100 people out there right now. What do you want to do? These guys want to eat.
Well, let's feed them. Let's do it.
All right. Pat, let's do it. It's time. The moment we've all been waiting for.
Oh, yeah.
Like Christmas. Wow, look at that. Holy cow, or holy pig. That's great, Pat. I'm salivating here. They have a little piece there. Wow. Ah, you gotta be kidding.
That's the best one.
Best one.
Sure.
We just set the bar level a little bit higher for this pinto here today. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you. Good job. Here, Javier.
Can I get some of that cheek meat, please? Sure. That's the best part of the pig. Fantastic.
We're here for the matanza. We're at the pig roast, so I've got some rice, some guacamole, and some pig. It's delicious.
We keep coming back because the food is amazing. Every time we come here, it's always just above and beyond.
$9 p.m. El Pinto is slammed. Will Jim and John's crew crack under the pressure?
We're running at full peak right now. Putting out a dish every 30 seconds. Kitchen's doing great. They've been stressed to the hilt, but they're hanging in there.
In Albuquerque, New Mexico, the 100-strong staff at El Pinto are working at a breakneck pace to feed more than 2,000 customers. The pig roast a success by the hair of their chinny chin chin, El Pinto has saved the best for last. The Levante, a New Mexican tiramisu. Layer upon layer of cream, custard, and sugary biscuits. It's heaven on a plate. It's El Pinto's most popular dessert, and the baking team gets through a staggering 5,000 bizcochitos every month.
This is good.
Levante is delicious.
Fantastic. Quite rich and tasty.
It's delicious. People just fall in love with this dessert.
The Levante is built from a foundation of New Mexican cookies called the bizcochito.
We make tens of thousands of these. People just can't get enough of this dessert. We're gonna put them in the oven.
Next step, create the creamy custard.
This is egg yolk, sugar, and XO Café liqueur. So now I'm gonna take the custard mix here and take it up front and cook it up for 30 minutes. You just cannot rush this recipe. That's Levante.
Ronnie marries the custard with a mountain of mascarpone cheese and whipped cream.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and put the final touch on these bizcochitos, and that's cinnamon and sugar. You can never have enough cinnamon and sugar. Hacer Levante means to fall in love. That's why people love this dessert so much. Okay, now the fun part. We finally get to build the Levante. It's like a puzzle. It's looking good already, huh? Okay. My goal when I make this dessert today is to make sure each and every customer that orders this dessert falls in love with Levante.
Topping it off, chocolate spiked with chili.
We're gonna infuse chocolate with some red chili. The heat is gonna complement the sweet. The red chili, it doesn't affect any of your tongue. It's just, when you swallow, it just hits you right down here on the throat. It's unbelievable filling. It's just so warming and lovely. Voila, Levante, the dessert you'll fall in love with.
El Pinto serves up 10,000 Levantes a year. Piled on top of one another, that's a mile-high tower of spicy tiramisu. The final result is pure passion for the senses.
It's so good. Some of the chocolate has a bit of red chili in it, so it gives it a little kick. It's very good.
Chocolate and chili. It's fantastic. Great taste.
How many calories in here? I don't care.
100 gallons of chili sauce and 100 pounds of cooked ribs and pork later, it's been another successful night at El Pinto.
I haven't had food like this anywhere else.
My favorite dish here is I like the red chili ribs. The enchiladas are great. Margaritas are awesome.
I've been coming here off and off for over 3 decades. This is one of the most authentic New Mexican places you can find.
It turned out to be just a wonderful evening. It started off a little rough, you know, with that pig, the thermometer's breaking, but everything was executed just perfectly.
Making things special for the customer makes it very difficult for the kitchen, but that's what it's about, pleasing the customer.
Like my grandma says, panza llena, contente corazón. That's probably the most important thing. Full stomach and happy heart.
In Fort Bragg, North Carolina, the pressure's on at one of the U.S. Army's busiest dining facilities.
Oh my gosh, we're getting slammed out there.
Serving over 2,000 meals a day, this monster kitchen needs running with military precision.
15 minutes, I need your products online.
To feed some of the country's finest soldiers.
Yes, it's true. The Army marches on its stomach.
On one of their busiest days,
They're killing us right now.
We're low on eggs. We need eggs.
we meet the faces.
I love this kitchen. I'll take a big kitchen any day.
And the food.
It's delicious.
Behind one of the world's biggest kitchens. The 82nd Airborne Division. The U.S. Army's parachute assault specialists. When these elite soldiers get hungry, they eat big.
Can I get eggs, bacon, and potatoes, please?
The soldiers are very demanding. It's not like they miss a meal. They never miss a meal.
And this is where they come. The Falcon Inn at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. A 3,700 square foot dining facility open to 50,000 active personnel.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I never miss a meal. I'm always eating here.
Boasting 8 serving stations, serving up 3 square meals a day, this 580-seat king-size cafeteria feeds almost 12,000 soldiers every week.
This dining facility is the best one on post, in my opinion.
This place is always packed.
Keeping this monster kitchen running are 105 cooks, 8 oversized ovens, and 5 giant grills.
You got to be able to handle the pressure, the stress. It's a big responsibility. Where you going with that?
In charge of it all is Sergeant First Class Lamikius Gardner.
I manage everything that happens in this building, good or bad. So it's a lot that's on my plate. Hey, go get the rest of those guys out of that office.
And she'll accept nothing less than perfection.
I'm very big on presentation. Look at these pans. That's a mess now, come on. We're the best dining facility on Fort Bragg. And not because I'm saying it because I'm the manager, it's been proven.
8:15 a.m. After a morning of physical training, 800 starving soldiers invade the Falcon Inn for a big, bad breakfast.
I want as much protein, as much food as I can get.
I just ran 5 miles this morning, feeling kind of bad. So this breakfast is about to help me re-energize and get my day started.
The race is on in the kitchen to churn out 800 breakfasts every hour.
In the course of 2 hours, we make bacon, sausage, turkey sausage, steamed rice, egg whites with spinach. The list truly goes on and on.
The cooks can't work fast enough.
They're running low on sausage, they're running low on bacon.
And one breakfast essential is running out faster than most.
Really good. I enjoy it every single day.
It's delicious. Cream of ground beef. Lean minced beef mixed in a creamy sauce create this Army staple, a cornerstone of the military diet since World War II. Today, it's as popular as ever. In just 90 minutes, the Falcon Inn will make over 4 gallons of it.
35 minutes after we opened, we already had to start on the second batch because it was gone. Still got 45 minutes to go, so.
The kitchen crew must constantly cook up new batches to avoid a breakfast revolt.
It's one of those things that you have to have for breakfast.
It's the job of specialist Kopi Rice to get more creamed beef on the line as quickly as possible.
If you don't have cream ground beef, people look at you like, no cream ground beef.
At the core of this dish is beef, a mountain of it. Every year, the Falcon Inn goes through up to 4,380 of these 10-pound slabs of meat. Specialist Rice browns it off in the kitchen's secret weapon, a massive tilt grill.
It'd take anywhere from 5 minutes to 15 minutes, depending on your elbow grease.
With the beef browned, Specialist Rice adds onions.
We're gonna saute these up for about 5 minutes.
Butter and flour.
The flour and the butter, it makes a roux. It's like a thickening agent to our sauce.
Seasoning adds flavor, while 3 gallons of milk finishes off the blend. After 5 minutes of simmering, this breakfast stalwart is just the right consistency.
That's good cream beef.
Time for the tilt grill to earn its stripes. Over the course of a week, it pours out more than enough creamed beef to fill a bathtub.
This is coming out excellent.
The result of Specialist Rice's efforts is a healthy dose of protein-filled fuel for a day in the field. Every year, chefs here cook up 40,150 servings of this essential Army fare. That's enough to fill the fuel tanks of 41 military Hummers. And on the front line, the latest batch arrives just in time.
I'm actually on my 3rd pen over here already. Here you go, and you have a great day.
The cream beef is actually really good.
It's delicious.
The Falcon Inn's been open for just 90 minutes, and already it's dealt with a breakfast barrage.
It's 9 o'clock and we've already fed close to 700.
That's one breakfast every 8 seconds. But this is merely the calm before the culinary storm.
Once it starts, no stopping.
Lunchtime is on the horizon, and it promises to be even busier.
Guys jumped last night and they got to jump today, so probably trying to get their meal before they go out to go out for the airborne operation today.
As the Airborne Division fuels up for an afternoon jump. Fort Bragg, North Carolina, 10:30 a.m. 50,000 soldiers are finishing up their morning exercises and looking forward to their next meal.
Let's go, 1 hour, 1 hour.
The 105 cooks at the 3,700 square foot Falcon Inn are up against it.
Who's setting the lineup?
And after the big breakfast battle, their supplies are starting to run low.
So we went through 30 pounds of bacon today. We used 20 pounds of ground beef. We went through 30 pounds of turkey links, 2 cases of egg whites, 3 cases of shelled eggs, 4 cases of liquid eggs, 2 5-gallon bibs of chocolate milk, over 100 cartons of half-pint milk, almost 200 boxes of cereal. We go through a lot of stuff.
The kitchen's 5 huge stock rooms normally store 157 different items, but today they've taken a hit.
It comes off my truck. It comes in here, it goes right back out. It looks like it's a lot of food. This will be gone in the next 3 days. All of this will be gone.
And these vast stores are about to be raided again as the Falcon Inn prepares for a mammoth lunch for 800 soldiers, all coming in from the field.
Okay, today for lunch, we have baked stuffed fish, we have chicken fajitas, beef fajitas, we also have stuffed pork chops.
It's 18-year veteran Sergeant First Class Anthony Moulton, who's taking charge of this frenetic shift.
It is a challenge, but anything for the soldiers. I love food service. Adding mushrooms and bacon for the burrito bar. That's just a passion that I have.
Today, he's overseeing the preparation of one of the kitchen's most popular dishes, apple and rosemary pork roulade.
I give it a good 2 hours to be out. They're gonna eat it all. They love it.
With vegetables, bacon, and cheese stuffed into succulent pork loin. This is the perfect combination of protein and veg for the hard-working soldier. Each batch starts with a healthy hunk of meat that is marinated overnight in apple juice, apple jelly, and rosemary. It's tenderized to make the most of the cut before the filling can begin.
It's like basically making a pizza.
First, red peppers, followed by spinach and mushroom.
That's good. Now, the best part, raw bacon.
Every day, Sergeant Moulton and his team get through a whopping 1,000 rashers. They finish the rich stuffing with cheese and garlic. Then this huge pork slab gets rolled, tied,
That's the way we want it. That means everything's inside of it.
and seared on the grill.
The purpose of this stage is to get that golden brown color before we get ready to put it into the oven.
With the flavors locked in, it dons a full metal jacket, then squeezes into the oven, which will be on the go all day to churn out the 160 portions needed.
That's where the magic happens.
90 minutes later, this meaty missile is ready for launch. Tender pork that packs a nutritious punch. Over the course of a year, these cooks serve 8,320 plates of this Falcon Inn favorite. That's enough roulade to stretch the length of a football field. That means Sergeant Moulton can't slow production of this 2-foot-long pork package.
We will use at least 80 pounds of pork today, but it's only this 90-minute period meal.
At the carving station, the servers are on to their third roulade.
Definitely taste the pork, but then when you bite into different spices, everything hits your lungs. So it's a really good flavor combination.
Excellent, very tender, very juicy, and the fill is very good.
Half an hour into the lunchtime serving, the lines in the Falcon Inn are getting longer. But out the back of the kitchen, there's a problem. The storerooms need resupplying.
Where's my truck at?
We're just waiting on the truck to show up.
The morning delivery has gone AWOL.
It's a $12,000 truck, and it's a truck that prepares me for the next couple of days. I cannot afford for this truck to be late or not to show up.
It could turn up at any time, so Sergeant Gardner needs all the staff vehicles cleared out of its path.
Sergeant Turner, I need you to call MPs so that they can come in and start trying to make these soldiers move the truck.
I call the MPs, which is our military police, to come out and see if they can get some of these guys to move their vehicles so that we can get our vendors in.
With 800 hungry soldiers expecting a large lunch, the kitchen can't afford delivery delays.
Let's go, 30 minutes, I need your product online, let's go.
It's midday in Fort Bragg. The lunchtime rush is reaching its peak.
It's busy, it's constant. When we think we're gonna slow down, it doesn't.
And as hungry soldiers crush into the Falcon Inn,
You gotta refuel the warfighter.
Sergeant Gardner is dealing with a supply crisis. A missing delivery.
Where's my truck at?
Vehicles outside the loading bay are stopping her delivery truck, drop off crucial supplies.
It's an 18-wheeler truck. It's huge. They'll continue to pass by until I can get some room for them to get the truck in.
As a last resort, she's called in the military police, and it's doing the trick.
Not every day that I have to call the MPs, but I will if I have to.
One by one, the cars move, and Sergeant Gardner's critical delivery begins to offload. A whole heap of food that includes over 1,400 eggs, 300 pounds of bacon, and 120 pounds of flour. But it won't last for long.
This right here covers me 2 days, 6 meals. Yes, that's a lot of food.
As the new stock is hurried through the back door, out front, the hot meals are being hit hard by the lunchtime rush.
Hey, I need every wrap in the next 2 minutes. Right now, we're really getting slammed. Just make sure the soldiers get in and get out at a prompt time.
Over the course of 90 minutes, this colossal cafeteria will feed the next sitting of 800 soldiers.
You can see out there, they're killing us.
And right at the end of this main course line is one of the most popular lunchtime options. Baked stuffed fish. Herb-crusted stuffing wrapped in fresh pollock. Smeared in a creamy cheese sauce.
I heard it was really good, so I wanted to try it.
Chefs here churn out up to 500 servings every week. It's Private Marcus Larkin's job to make sure that every batch is on spec.
As soon as you see the plates that we make, you're automatically going to want to eat some.
Private Larkin deploys the stuffing mix first.
It's breadcrumbs, red pepper, green pepper, and celery. You want to get a 4-ounce ice cream scoop. That's what's going to make it the dome. Put it on right in the center.
Next up, the pollock. Every year, the Falcon Inn gets through 15,600 of them.
Wrap it around. You put a toothpick in the side of it, and you just pop it in the oven for about 10 minutes, and you got yourself a dish.
Well, not quite. This dish needs arming with a smooth white sauce before it's ready for action. It takes a carton of whipped cream to make each batch.
You want to have your flame on low so it doesn't scorch the cream.
Along with over a pound of cheese.
Next, you want to put the block of cream cheese in. It could be a little bit thicker. I'm gonna add some more cheese, actually.
Enough to get the sauce to just the right consistency.
I just got about another 8 ounces of cream cheese. I'm about to add it into the sauce to make it thicker. It's just a little too loose. You don't want it to drip like that. You want a continuous line of drizzle. You don't want it to be dripping.
With the sauce at its cheese peak, Private Larkin adds some seasoning and gets his fish from the oven. Garnish tops out this fishy feast.
That'd be your stuffed baked fish. I wouldn't be surprised if we ran out today.
Every year, the kitchen crew here cook up a whopping 26,000 servings. Stacked up, that's taller than 3 Empire State Buildings. And out in the cafeteria, the dish is a hit.
It just tastes really good. I don't even know what's in it. The stuffing, it kind of tastes like a Thanksgiving stuffing, and the sauce kind of complements the fish and the stuffing.
It was superb. It was wonderful.
With 30 minutes of lunch left, Sergeant Gardner needs all the help she can get.
Hey, go get your people to help them out. Tell Rations come out of their office to come help the shift out. I need to get everybody out in the front area because we're getting slammed. That and here.
Next man. I normally don't come out here, but right now, I need everybody out. It's how it is. Busy all the time.
Every service station is down to its very last portions. And one has almost run out entirely.
He needs some pizza. Pizza. They eat pizza today for some reason. He just put one in here. They normally don't eat pizza like that. Today they want pizza.
Nothing's left over. They're eating everything right now.
In Fort Bragg, North Carolina, there's half an hour left of the manic lunchtime rush.
What you need?
I need the pizza cutter.
Oh, it's very busy. As you can see, everybody's scrambling. Nobody's sitting down at a desk or anything.
Hey, somebody get the pizza cutter. Go back to the pizza. Somebody.
Hey. The 25-strong team on duty are rushing to restock every service station. No one works harder than the salad bar crew.
We definitely are the busiest.
50 items need constant replenishing. This is one of the toughest jobs around.
Salad team has the most products to look over. We run out of multiple things at the same time. We gotta replenish all those things.
To make matters worse, the team is short-handed today.
Right now, we're kind of short personnel. That's just me and Specialist Toledo.
It's a 2-man chopping crusade, cutting through 250 cucumbers, pallets of peppers, and over 800 tomatoes.
You can't let stress get to you. We got quite a bit of work to do.
Nacho bar needs to replenish. The ground beef, the nachos, tomatoes, all that stuff. Okay.
Yeah, I'm feeling the pressure now. You don't want to make Sergeant Gardner angry.
The salad bar is at full throttle. And the soldiers are also turning their thoughts to dessert. Today, they're set for a dish that's a million miles away from Army slop. Flan served with seasonal berries and whipped cream. Vanilla custard with a soft caramel topping gives the hungry lunchtime crowd a taste of fine dining on an Army base.
I would never imagine the Army to put out something like this.
In the kitchen, it's the job of Specialist Madoka Armstrong to keep these dessert delicacies coming.
We've been practicing to put out better products every week, so this is one of them.
First task, make the custard mix that forms the body of the dessert. Armstrong combines evaporated milk and sweetened condensed milk with eggs, a Falcon Inn essential. Every day, this one kitchen gets through 1,080. Vanilla extract adds flavor to the custard, which is then mixed and strained.
I have to make sure the flan's gonna come out with the silky texture.
The caramel sauce is next, starting with a generous dose of sugar,
Normally, I use 1 bag.
which Armstrong slowly melts over a low heat.
I'm looking for really dark brown, but still kind of clear. This one's gonna turn out good, I think.
She spoons the liquefied sugar into cupcake molds, where it's joined by the rich custard mix.
You really don't wanna overflow it because once it goes to the oven, it's gonna rise a little bit.
After 20 minutes in the oven and at least 2 hours in the fridge, the first batch of this sugary sweet treat is ready for action. Every year, the Falcon Inn team cooks up 3,640 of these dessert delights. That's a custard tower taller than the Hoover Dam.
It was good. It was creamy, rich.
It was absolutely delicious.
I would definitely go for it again, and again, and again.
After an hour and a half, the battle of big food is over. Sergeant Gardner and her team have quite literally fed an army. And a well-fed army is a happy army.
I leave comment cards on the table every day. Stuffed pork, wonderful, well-ran facility, thank you. Love the variety, love the staff, fresh ingredients. Sergeant Gardner, her team rocks.
My guys, they got into the fight early this morning, and they worked hard. Fed everybody.
My body's sore, my feet hurt, but you got to keep pushing. We're soldiers at the end of the day. We're expected to be the best of the best.
I love my team. I tell them all the time, these guys, they rock.
In New Orleans, it's Mardi Gras.
The party is here 24/7.
New Orleans kicks ass.
And the heat is on for one of America's most iconic seafood joints.
That's cooking Creole.
This king-sized kitchen cooks up 10 tons of the freshest fish and 300,000 shrimp every year.
Everybody's working hard, everybody's sweating. We've all been here for hours.
This is Creole cuisine on a colossal scale.
That's Mardi Gras, New Orleans, man.
On their busiest day of the year,
I have a whole bunch of people already eating. I have a whole bunch more screaming at me.
we meet the faces.
Colin, come on.
And food.
It's over the top, delicious.
Behind one of the world's biggest kitchens. In New Orleans, it's Mardi Gras. Over 1 million people are flooding into the city to celebrate this 300-year-old carnival. These crowds want to party, and they want to eat. And one of America's oldest restaurants is ready for its biggest day of the year.
Ladies, welcome to Commander's Palace. Welcome in, my friends. I'll be right with you, and I appreciate your patience. Give me 5 for being so handsome. An extraordinary amount of people will come through this door. These are all the people that are coming in today.
Today is going to be insanity.
50 chefs and an army of kitchen staff will prepare some of the freshest fish and mouth-watering southern sensations. This joint does fine dining on a huge scale.
If you want to come to New Orleans and get that southern feel, that southern hospitality, Commander's Palace is your place.
This old establishment restaurant has been at the heart of Mardi Gras since 1880, when it first put Creole cuisine on the international stage. 135 years on, it has expanded into a 400-seat gourmet castle that serves up quantity and quality.
It's the best restaurant in New Orleans.
Every time I come to New Orleans, I have to eat here.
It takes 19 ovens and 11 fridges to keep this monster kitchen cooking.
Philosophy for us is everything's got to be perfect.
Keeping up with the massive demands of Mardi Gras requires superhuman skills from head chef Tori McPhail.
I feel like I'm a freak of nature. You know what I mean? We're so obsessive compulsive beyond what is normal.
11:30 a.m. It's only brunch, But people can't get enough of this restaurant's signature dishes. Chicory coffee lacquered quail and French white truffle with winter mushroom risotto. But nothing compares to one dish that's as old as Mardi Gras itself.
The turtle soup at Commander's is the best in the city.
It's the king of all Creole dishes, and guests at Commander's Palace eat over 1,000 turtles every year, enough to fill 12 pickup trucks.
I gotta tell you, the first guy that did a turtle was hungry. They put off a smell. It's very, very distinct, but it's fantastic when you're cooking it.
Chef Chris Barbado preps a supersized batch of this highly prized turtle soup. Turtle soup was invented by the first New Orleans settlers, forced to eat reptiles to survive. Supersized soup requires supersized kettles.
These things will be filled and emptied 5 or 6 or 7 times. They get dropped in the morning, they get turned over again. They're constantly in use 24/7.
Supersized mixing spoons.
In the kettle, we're gonna brown it. It's probably gonna take about 35-40 minutes. It's big and slow. It's really quite labor intensive. So we'll make 45 to 60 gallons 3 to 4 times a week. That's how popular this soup is.
Time for the supersized ingredients.
A half a gallon of whole garlic cloves ground up, 60 onions, 15 heads of celery, and 60 green bell peppers. 3 pounds of kosher salt. Pureed lemons. A mixture of hot sauce, Worcestershire, 3/4 of a gallon each of those. 3 to 4 gallons, flour and butter. This is 90 eggs. 15 pounds of spinach. 25 gallons of veal stock.
And one last supersized kick.
And we add 8 bottles of sherry to it. And really start to smell all that good now. Tell me that doesn't look awesome, huh? May look like a lot of soup, but we're gonna have to do it all over again tomorrow.
The result, an old Creole soup elevated to exquisite fine dining for Mardi Gras lunch.
It's hot, it's delicious, it's everything that you think of when you think of Southern cooking and Grandma's kitchen.
Guests sip their way through 6,000 servings of turtle soup every month. That's 25 beer kegs. The team at Commander's Palace has got a killer day ahead and a reputation to uphold.
It's a really high bar. I mean, people read about us from all over the world, and they have incredibly high expectations.
Today, the Mardi Gras crowds will demand hundreds of the world's greatest appetizer.
Spice, salt, smoke. It's basically like Louisiana flavor all in one bite.
If they can keep up.
Shaving off the seconds, yeah, I mean, that's where the technique comes in.
In New Orleans, it's Mardi Gras. And the busiest day of the year for the iconic Commander's Palace.
Everybody's working hard, everybody's sweating. We've all been here for hours.
Executive Chef Tori McPhail rallies the kitchen troops as the big Mardi Gras lunch rush gathers pace.
I want our guests to sit down at Commander's Palace tonight and have the best meal that they've ever had. Get yourself jacked on caffeine, but after that, slam some water. Get your set. So it is Mardi Gras in New Orleans.
12:30 p.m. and they're off.
Call it, come on. Waiting on 4X, 2 romaines, 1 S&T, please.
New Orleans is the shrimping capital of the South, and today the team needs to process a huge supply of Louisiana's famous white wild shrimp at lightning speed.
When we're talking about big jobs like these, I mean, seconds really count.
Commie chef Jordan Wolfgang is out back shelling the shrimp.
We're talking about 50 pounds to 100 pounds of shrimp a day, 10 to 15 shrimp per pound, up in the volume of about 3,000 shrimp per day.
That adds up to 374,000 shrimp a year.
A technique, I do it in 3 motions. I take off the first 2 sections, back 2 sections, pinch the legs, slide it off. Now I'm going to devein them, slice on the back, scoop it out. Reason why we devein shrimp is because it's shrimp poop, and so it's got to go. Head's intact, tail's intact, all the legs are off, so that's a beautiful shrimp right there.
A leisurely pace is not an option.
If you take 3 seconds to devein each shrimp, it's going to take you an hour to do a 50-pound box. If it takes you 4 seconds to devein each shrimp, now we're talking an hour and 20 minutes. Shaving off the seconds, yeah, I mean, that's where the technique comes in.
And the kitchen needs the shrimp fast to serve up one of the restaurant's most iconic dishes. Shrimp and tasso. 3 huge shrimps laced with a Louisiana hot sauce on a bed of peppered jelly. The gold standard for Creole cooking across the nation.
It really hits on all the parts of Louisiana flavor. Spice, salt, smoke. It's basically like Louisiana flavor all in one bite.
The flavor from this sensational southern seafood comes from meat.
Spicy Cajun ham. These pieces are gonna go inside of our shrimp, make a pocket for the ham to sit in. We're just gonna skewer them like so.
But with Creole cooking, the seasoning doesn't stop there. The flour contains 8 different spices.
Our Creole seasoning is a blend of salt, cayenne pepper, black pepper, garlic powder, onion powder, and a little bit of fresh thyme and oregano. It'd be very embarrassing to have people come to the restaurant and then they reach for the salt and pepper shaker. I'd be so embarrassed, I would crawl under the table. So we take our shrimp and then right into the fryer. And it should only take just a couple of minutes to cook.
There's a secret to Tori's hyperspeed cooking.
It's all about efficiency. You're basically standing here stationary, so you have one half of the station here and the other half over here, so you can reach all the way over here and get to the end of it, or again, all the way over here. You always want to have food to the plate, never plate to the food. You don't want to double your steps.
Tori coats the fried shrimp in a sumptuous hot sauce, and a 5 peppered jelly finishes the Creole flavors.
This is exactly how we do it here in the kitchen at Commander's.
The result? An exquisite eruption of Louisiana's finest food.
It's over the top, delicious, with a little kick in the back.
Tori and the team cook up to 6,000 shrimp and tasso every year. That's 20 wheelbarrows. "1 p.m., the party's still going.
That's Mardi Gras New Orleans, man.
And the orders keep on coming.
I'm gonna need 4 rounds of demi S&Ts next, please.
We're either gonna get this knocked out or we're gonna be serving lunch until dawn.
Copious orders of homemade boudin, shrimp and grits, and luscious lobster salads mean the seafood stocks are getting hit hard.
The biggest challenges at the moment are making sure that all the rest of the cooks have all the product they need. We really touch base with every single cook and say, what do you need? How much do you have?
To stay one step ahead, replenishing supplies is crucial.
It's Mardi Gras, it's the busiest time of year, and we're just, we're plowing through it.
Chef Tori must make a Mardi Gras seafood supply run.
Running a kitchen as big as Commander's Palace, supply is definitely always a challenge. Mardi Gras can make getting around New Orleans definitely a bit of a challenge.
But the party traffic could stop him in his tracks. It's Mardi Gras in New Orleans, and Commander's Palace, one of America's most famous restaurants, is slammed out for lunch.
Waiting on 4X, please. And this is how we dance.
Head Chef Tori is on a supply run to this enormous fish factory to stock up on seafood. This place turns over 4 million pounds of fish every year. And today, every chef in the city is fighting for factory owner Cliff Hall's stock.
Hey, Chef. Good to see you.
Good to see you too, man. What's been happening around here?
Oh, getting ready for just a slamming weekend. It is crazy right now because every pound that comes in goes right out. It really makes my life hectic.
Let's go check it out.
Let's walk around. These fish were actually swimming yesterday. Got some shrimp over here.
Ah, these are beautiful. These come right out of the Gulf, huh? Look at this stuff over here. Fresh speckled trout. I mean, to get that on a thin hook and line. Woo! So these guys are great. This is like the perfect size. Probably go through a couple hundred of these.
Hopefully this extra supply of seafood is enough to get Chef Tori through today. During Mardi Gras, Commander's Palace can get through 1,300 pieces of fish in a week. 1 p.m. The orders are coming fast and the kitchen must work at breakneck speed to keep up.
All right, I'm waiting on 6 romaine. I'm waiting on 2 strawberries. I'm waiting on 10 demi-S&Ts. We gotta go, kids.
We assemble everything on 10 different trays. So we can sell 10 tables at once. Okay, when we're really, really popping, we have a line full of people, we can sell 10 tables every 4.5 minutes. Okay, so it's constantly keeping up with the demand.
Tori's new fish supplies arrived just in time. The restaurant's signature seared red fish dish is in high demand. And there's a queue getting ready to order even more of it.
Thank you for your patience. Last name in the reservation. Welcome in, my friends. I'll be right with you, and I appreciate your patience.
Commander's Palace's taste bud tingling seared red fish is the hottest fish dish around.
Fantastic. It just melts in your mouth.
The success of this fantastic traditional dish is down to good old Creole campfire ways of cooking.
This is a dish that is born and bred right from Commander's Palace. This is our old antique cast iron pan. This pan was passed down from all the chefs here over the last 40 years. It's just had just enough oil, okay? So you just wet the top of it. We have a beautiful fillet of redfish here, and make sure it's very, very dry.
Tori coats the fish with a mix of hot Creole spices, salt, pepper, cayenne and onion garlic pepper.
Take our fish and lay it bone side down. And we're not gonna saute it, we're not gonna move it. It's just gonna sear in that hot skillet. About maybe 3.5 minutes on the first side, and we'll let it turn over and do its thing on this side.
The simple red fish is complemented by a mix of quick-fried local vegetables, spiked with a dash of liquor.
A little shot of brandy, I'm just gonna shake it up. That's cooking Creole.
Finished with basil vinaigrette and a dash of chili oil.
Great local vegetables, a simple piece of fish across the top of it. It doesn't need to be complex or overly fussy to have great flavorful food.
The result, a taste bud tingling red fish infused with all the Creole flavors of campfire cooking.
It's a simple dish, but I'll tell you what, we have a lot of these to get out tonight.
Guests munch their way through 17,000 fish every year. End to end, that's 4 miles of fish. 1:30 p.m., the parades are in full swing. And the endless throng of lunchtime guests pushes the team to the limit.
Super, super stressed. It's Mardi Gras. A lot of energy, a lot of anticipation, a lot of emotion. But hey man, this is what we're here for, right?
I have a whole bunch of people already eating. I have a whole bunch more streaming at me. I've got 2 phones ringing telling me what tables are coming up, which one's on. I'm calling people what's coming up. Help me.
.30 p.m. At Commander's Palace in New Orleans, the Mardi Gras lunch rush has reached its peak.
I'm feeling exhausted. I can feel the veins in the side of my head like pumping all this caffeine.
The pressure may be easing in the main kitchen, but the heat is on at the dessert station.
The bread pudding souffle is a must.
The most popular dessert on the menu is the Creole bread pudding souffle. The sauce is no ordinary cream sauce. It's made with lashings of deep Southern whiskey. Commanders use 120 bottles of whiskey a month to get their souffles sufficiently sozzled.
It is probably 40% of our dessert sales. So in 1 week, we could sell thousands.
Chef Meg Bickford has the monumental task of rustling up an infinite supply of souffles.
I think I'm a bit of an adrenaline junkie. Just the sheer volume of it, it's just constant.
Meg's team must make each souffle to order. Timing is crucial, and you need some superhuman skills for this job.
So every morning we come in and we'll bake up to 6 sheet trays of bread pudding. The bread is from a local New Orleans bakery, and the inside of the bread is very, very soft. So it needs to be small enough pieces to fold into the meringue. The most important thing is that the meringue is stiff enough to hold up our bread pudding. I need it to be at a very stiff peak. So our bread pudding's nice and golden brown.
They crumble and fold the bread into the meringue.
We're gonna load our ramekins.
Today, Megan will bake over 100 of these spectacular soufflés.
These will bake for about 20 minutes. So many people order them, and it's so time consuming. I mean, each soufflé takes about 20 minutes to bake. So getting them started and in the oven and in a timely manner is absolutely crucial.
Once cooked, they must serve the soufflé immediately, or it could lose its shape before it reaches the guest. Diners here eat over 9,000 soufflés a month. Stacked on top of one another, that's a soufflé skyscraper a mile high!
Oh wow, that's really good.
Bread pudding souffle, awesome.
It's absolutely delicious.
They all came at once, and they, like, 5 people came zoom, like that.
We take pride in what we do, right? There's no other place in the world that I'd rather be right now than standing commanding the Commander's Palace kitchen.
Commander's Palace, like every time you say it, you just sound like you're going to the greatest restaurant in the world, and it turns out it actually is.
Today, the team at Commander's Palace has wined and dined over 1,000 customers for Mardi Gras lunch.
Happy Mardi Gras. Wonderful. Glad you guys enjoyed yourselves. It's been a good day, a lot of energy.
I want everybody to walk out of here all dressed up in their Mardi Gras garb, but I want them to say, man, I had lunch at Commander's Palace, Mardi Gras 2015. It's absolutely a day that I'm going to remember forever.
I would love to sign your menu. Happy Mardi Gras. We don't serve food. We make dining memories, and that's what makes it special.
These guys are fantastic, and we work together side by side. We're all gonna walk out of here sweaty, wet, and gross at the end of the day. We can sit back and have some beers at the same time.
Time to party.
Ah, you're the best.
On this episode of Big Kitchens, in Las Vegas, Nevada,
that's right, folks, the world-famous Brooklyn Bowl, the icon.
the heat is on in the kitchen, feeding one of America's biggest bowling alley and music venues.
Hot chicken coming out now.
This is best fried chicken west of Alabama, I'll tell you that.
This massive kitchen serves up to 5,000 plates of fine dining fast food.
Blue Ribbon award-winning food.
To thousands of hungry customers every night.
It's really good. I would recommend it.
This is the best dessert I've had in Vegas.
We got food, we got drinks, we got bowling, we got music.
We'll probably hit 2,500 covers by 2 a.m.
We meet the award-winning chefs.
Each piece, there's a whole lot of lemon, there's a whole lot of chicken.
In one of the world's biggest kitchens. In the heart of Las Vegas is the enormous Brooklyn Bowl music venue and 32-lane bowling alley.
We have over 600 seats, 3 different restaurant areas, 4 different bars that we all serve food at. So the kitchen has to be humming at an incredible pace.
Feeding visitors in this vast venue, a massive 2,000 square foot kitchen.
On any given day, we'll move 8,500 people through the space. That translates to probably in the vicinity of 3,500 meals a day.
Bringing in thousands of bowlers a night is down to Chef Bruce Bromberg, who rolled a Brooklyn strike by reinventing bowling alley food.
One of the tough concepts was, how do you combine fine dining and real food preparation and a culinary outlook on bowling alley food. You may be bowling, you may be watching a show, you may be taking in a game, but you should be having an incredible dining experience at the same time.
The original Brooklyn Bowl opened in New York in 2009. Now, with a London and Las Vegas branch, they've supersized the concept, serving cuisine fit for a kingpin.
All the way to Las Vegas, all the way across the country.
To dig into Brooklyn Bowl's unique take on food that hits the spot.
This is best fried chicken west of Alabama, I'll tell you that.
Creating blue plate specials on a mass scale takes 6 industrial ovens, gigantic vats and mixers, 12 deep fat fryers.
No pressure, I need it today.
And a precision system tracking all the orders is run by the head chef.
This is called the QSR system. As the tickets come in, all the food is directed to the stations.
Mac and cheese plain is going to 221 by itself.
We have a mac and cheese here and a feta salad. The mac and cheese has been started, but the feta salad only takes 5 minutes, so it will wait until the mac and cheese is 5 minutes out. Okay, can I bump this, 171? Yeah. Okay. This makes you feel, as you're doing this, like an air traffic controller, keeping everything in motion and making sure everyone is on the same page.
I got another calamari walking in, guys.
2 p.m., the lunch rush is peaking, and hundreds of bowlers continue to put in huge orders. The kitchen is preparing for an epic battle today to feed thousands.
Beef burger and the Caesar plate are going to 174.
Starting with their most popular appetizer, their egg shooters. A perfectly boiled egg filled with rich olive oil mayonnaise with a salty or spicy topping. Seriously addictive.
They're almost like 3 layers of flavor. They're really not your typical deviled egg.
Chefs here hard boil more than 5,000 eggs a week for their egg shooters.
People just keep eating them up. So we'll just keep putting them out as fast as we can because these guys like them.
It takes unique techniques to create the perfect egg shooter.
All of our eggs come from cage-free chickens, and then they're cooked for 12 minutes before we ice them. And that way they come out with no discoloration around the sides. Then all of our eggs are exactly the same no matter how big the batch is.
The second secret to their perfect bite-sized appetizer?
Our standard egg shooters are the house mayonnaise, house pickled jalapenos, which is green jalapenos and red Fresno peppers. And then we do our house seasoning, which is a salt and pepper blend.
With hundreds made every hour, there's even a shooter for those into surf and turf.
The other topping that we offer on a regular basis is the oyster shooters.
Fresh from the West Coast, the oysters are battered in egg whites and flour, then deep fried to perfection.
What we'll do is we'll put a fried oyster on top and then top it with the jalapenos and the seasoning.
Shooter assembled? Welcome to the punch.
First thing you'll taste will be the natural taste of the egg.
Wow.
The second sensation you'll get is the warmth of the egg yolk, followed by a nice short bite from the vinegar.
But then there's got like a mayonnaise on top of it.
And then a spicy kick from the jalapenos.
There's the sinuses.
They're really a cut above any deviled egg I've ever had.
Never had an egg shooter before like that.
Wouldn't expect us to get this here, but love it.
Chefs at Brooklyn Bowl boil and dress 260,000 eggs every year for customers. They've made enough egg shooters in 6 years to run the entire length of Manhattan. The lunch rush may be ending, but hundreds more bowlers are flooding in. There's no let-up in sight.
It's really busy right now, but in an hour from now, it could double, it could even triple, you never know. It's really unpredictable.
For us, just efficiency is paramount. If we're not efficient, if every department in this place isn't working together, receiving, the chef, the cooks, the dishwashing, the floor staff, the management, if everything's not in sync, this is just too big of a place. Things can get really bad really quickly.
Las Vegas. At the biggest bowling alley and restaurant in town, the dinner service has just started and it's hitting hard.
We've probably done about 260 covers so far, and the doors have been open for 45 minutes. Salad, fried chicken and the fries, And this is kind of the calm before the storm.
For the city that never sleeps, the night brings bigger, hungrier crowds.
Calamari.
To keep up with demand, Brooklyn Bowl throws down to keep the quality up.
Rodney, bump the right toes. We're all going to 151. Thank you.
I mean, normally when you go to a bowling alley, you don't get food like this. You go to a bowling alley, you get hot dogs, you get popcorn, you know, vending machine food.
And it's down to Chef Bruce, who has developed the most talked about dish at Brooklyn Bowl, the knish. A flawless, savory combination of potato and onion wrapped in pastry. Its deliciousness will bowl you over.
Knish, is that right? Is that what it's called?
Certainly something that's well known on the East Coast, mostly in New York. Once they figure out what it is, they definitely order again.
But putting a Jewish delicacy from the East Coast on the menu was a big risk.
You know, I really didn't think the knish was going to be so popular. There was even discussions of not doing it because it's a lot of work. It's a product that, you know, you have to make every step by hand and it's a bit tedious. And this is a filling made of boiled potatoes, and we'll put it in with what we call confit onions with a good amount of butter, and we slow cook them for hours and hours and hours till they get really this beautiful, rich, sweet, golden brown color, flavor. Of course, by making everything fresh every day, we wind up with a really good product that uses great ingredients.
Brooklyn Bowl goes through 2,400 potatoes a month to make their knishes. And the flour dough for the knishes has got to be perfect.
Really what you want is the dough to rest so it's not too elastic, so you can roll it out, and you can roll it out actually very thin that way. And I just want to make sure everything is really even. And I just feel with my hands to make sure that everything is good.
With thousands of knishes made every day, size really does matter.
We just want to be careful to get the same amount and the same thickness of the filling throughout the whole pastry, because we want all the knish to be the exact same size.
A bit of egg wash.
This is just so everything adheres and sticks together.
Knish folded, cut,
about 1 3/4 to 2 inches.
And molded.
And what we want is that dough to kind of cover and seal, but you still want the potato to be able to come out on the top.
Knish done.
We're making things by hand. Machines and production is really good and it helps certain things, but you still want to be connected to the food you're making.
Time to cook.
And these just get baked. They're really just unbelievably delicious. It's a pretty good snack while you're bowling. That's the whole story on the knish. Just so happens that we got voted the best knish in Las Vegas. I wasn't aware there were any other knishes in Vegas, but it was good to get that award.
It's extremely good and I like it. I like this very much. It's very, very good, and especially with the mustard. I like the mustard with it.
This is the first time I've eaten a knish and I love it. It's really good. I taste the potato and a little hint of onion. It's delicious. I would never expect to order a knish at a bowling alley, but it works. It's a nice surprise. I would order it again.
Brooklyn Bowl rolls out and cuts up nearly 104,000 knishes a year. Connected together, they've made enough knishes in 6 years to stretch from one end of Las Vegas to the other. 8 p.m. With hundreds of hungry customers bowling and thousands of famished fans in for a rock concert, the kitchen is about to be pushed to the limit.
Doors have just opened and we're expecting 2,400 people tonight.
16-piece dark, the beach, and then I'm gonna hand you a ribs, not the veggie sandwich.
It's either they're gonna come right in, wanna get 4 or 5 cocktails in a row, or they're gonna be super, super hungry. It's a little element of surprise. They're buying knishes, they're buying everything. We got burgers, we got knish, we got disco fries going out the door. I love this. This is the rush.
In Las Vegas, the massive Brooklyn Bowl restaurant is getting ready for one of the biggest rock concerts of the year, and the kitchen is on edge.
Being that it's a music venue, you have no idea what's gonna happen on any given night. It really doesn't depend on the show, it depends on what the guest wants. During the course of the evening, we'll do about 2,500 covers. This is a Saturday night in Vegas at Brooklyn Bowl.
A sudden surge of orders could cause the kitchen to throw a gutter ball. But when it comes to scoring a strike, it's down to their signature dish. Brooklyn Bowl throws a turkey with their legendary fried chicken. Tender and juicy white meat, fried extra crispy in herbs and spices.
Blue ribbon fried chicken is our most popular dish, and it's one that we're known for across the country. We sell probably 4 times the amount of chicken as we do anything else on our menu. We'll do about 16,000 pieces of fried chicken tonight.
But it's not just about quantity.
We bring in fresh chicken 6 days a week. Our chicken comes in fresh, and the most important thing is it's the exact same size all the time, because the consistency and the size of the bird means the consistency in our cooking. When you're butchering it, the most important thing is keeping the whole skin on the breast. So when you bite into it, you get the great feel of the fried chicken, the seasoning, and the skin. It makes for a perfect complement to the dish. So that is a perfectly cut blue ribbon Brooklyn Bowl fried chicken.
Kitchen staff here carve up and prepare 96,000 pieces of chicken every week. So that means mixing up a lot of breading.
So I'm about to make the fried chicken breading, which is a combination of all-purpose flour, matzah, and a little bit of baking powder. This is our secret blend. This is where all the love comes into it.
Making half a ton a night? That's a lot of matzah.
This will mix for about 15 to 20 minutes. And we'll come back to it in a bit and see how it's doing.
They dip the chicken in egg whites, then the matzah flour. Now it's time for Brooklyn Bowl to start frying. 2,000 pieces an hour.
It's rock and roll. It's a lot of chicken. It's a lot of frying. We're getting ready to go, and so is the chicken. So this is a lot of fryers. Most restaurants only have a bank of like 3. We actually have 2 banks of 3 just dedicated to fried chicken. 13 minutes, and we're off to the races.
Out of the fryer, it's a race against the clock.
Hot chicken coming out now.
To get the most flavor out of the chicken.
Chicken is hot. Chicken is hot, so you know the faster you get this seasoning on, the more that it sinks into the chicken. Each piece, there's a whole lot of loving, there's a whole lot of chicken.
Hot chicken coming out. So when we season our chicken, we're using a blend that is made with our recipe, and it's a mixture of cayenne, it's got some black pepper, white pepper, a few little mystery seasonings in it, and it makes such a nice mouthfeel because it gives you a nice intensity as you're taking a bite of it. And it's important because it's the first spice and it's the first bite that anyone will ever get, and it's the bite that they'll remember. It's the bite that counts. I've been frying chicken a long time in my life. This chicken puts the Colonel to shame.
I would say that I'm definitely in fried chicken heaven. It's delicious, really delicious chicken.
And the skin's very crisp and everything's tasty. Good stuff.
It's got like a thin crust on it. It's really good.
Overall, it's better than any other fried chicken I've had.
I can't believe this is a bowling alley. The best food I've ever had at a bowling alley.
Brooklyn Bowl serves up nearly 4.8 million pieces of chicken a year. Since they opened, they've made enough fried chicken to feed the entire population of Canada. 10 p.m. Now with the bowling alley running at max capacity and a sold-out rock concert full of hungry fans, a perfect storm is brewing for a kitchen catastrophe.
So we're picking up for our dinner service here. The pace gets a little bit faster as we get more guests and a higher turnover rate.
We've cracked over 1,000 covers, and I think we're going to stay open till 3:30, so we might even make 3,000 covers.
The kitchen can go from 0 to 100 in just about a matter of minutes. So it's really unpredictable.
At Brooklyn Bowl in Las Vegas,
Andre, get a mac and cheese.
32 bowling lanes rammed with hungry customers and a sold-out rock concert is pushing the kitchen to breaking point.
Okay, so that's good to go. Being that it's a music venue, you have no idea what's going to happen on any given night.
Mac and cheese, $2.21.
Being that we can feed them on the bowling lane, Everyone can eat anywhere in the building.
But as the night reaches climax, it's down to the kitchen to keep rolling.
We have one chef in front of the house and one chef in the back of the house, so there's a whole lot less confusion that way.
Is this one going? Okay, good.
As with any kitchen, it can get stressful, but we managed to keep it simple and professional. There's no throwing of pots and pans or not even small things.
For those customers who have any room spare for one last bite, it's down to Chef Nestor Conradi to satisfy their sweet tooths. Chocolate chip bread pudding. A sugar rush you'll never forget.
It's one of my favorite desserts, and it's one of our most popular desserts.
Nestor starts with a fresh batch of sweet custard.
First, we get our heavy cream. So 1 gallon of heavy cream and 4 vanilla beans that we're gonna cut it, split in half, and we're gonna bring that to a boil. I know you're not gonna smell this, but trust me, you can smell the vanilla flavor. It smells really good. While we're waiting for it to boil, we're gonna mix the egg yolk and sugar.
He mixes the vanilla-infused cream with egg and sugar, bit by bit.
Just so we don't overcook it. Then slowly whisk that. Now we're gonna add the rest of the heavy cream.
Once the custard has cooled, it's time for the final step.
Bread pudding is a classic dessert, but Brooklyn Bowl have added a twist to it to make it a special dessert. What makes our bread pudding better is that we use ciabatta bread instead of white bread. Ciabatta bread is a lot sweeter and it retains more of the flavor. Now we're gonna dump this ciabatta bread into the custard. We're gonna soak this bread for about 3 hours to absorb all the custard.
Brooklyn Bowl go through 1,300 loaves of ciabatta bread a year for their pudding. They save the best for last.
Now it's been soaking for 3 hours. Now we're gonna add the chocolate chip. I love chocolate, so every time you take a bite of the bread pudding, you'll have all the really sweet chocolate and nutty flavor on the bread pudding. We're gonna cook it for 2 hours, and then when it comes out, it'll be delicious.
The chocolate chip bread pudding, Vegas style. Brooklyn Bowl plates up more than 73,000 a year. In 6 years, they've made enough chocolate chip bread pudding end to end to cross the Brooklyn Bridge 20 times.
It's rich, it's moist, and light and fluffy.
Delicious. This is the perfect dessert to finish it off with.
Another day, another dollar.
4 a.m. After frying up more than 16,000 pieces of chicken, 1,000 knishes, and 1,500 egg shooters, Brooklyn Bowl's night is finally over.
Everything we've had has been great. The fried chicken, the deviled eggs, the oysters, it's nothing like you would expect in a bowling alley. It's a full restaurant with a great menu, awesome quality food.
I would definitely come back here.
So it's the end of the night. We've gone through a great service. We did almost close to 3,000 covers tonight. We've sold almost a ton of chicken. Generally, we really hit it hard, but tonight we really hit it hard.
At the heart and soul of Brooklyn Bowl is really the customer's experience. I think that's part of our success. It's really making sure that the whole Brooklyn Bowl experience is amazing.
End of the day.
That's how we roll at Brooklyn Bowl.